For the last few Parshiyot, Jacob Israel has been at the center. And Jacob Israel will be a main persona in the Bible until the very conclusion of the book of Genesis. But beginning with this Parashat Vayeshev, a new star is born. And that's Joseph, the favorite son of Jacob Israel. And the two Parshiyot coming up, Vayeshev and then Miketz, are in a certain way mirror images of each other. Because in Parashat Vayeshev, Joseph emerges on top. And by the conclusion of the Parashah, he's sold into captivity and he's very much in the bottom. Whereas on Parashat Miketz, he begins on the bottom, in captivity. But by the end of the Parashah, he's moving to the top. Does the Bible give us a hint as to what causes someone who is in the bottom to come to the top and someone on the top to come to the bottom? What makes one fall and what makes one rise? And because in the previous interpretations, I've been so careful about interpreting dreams and the importance of dream interpretation. And tell me your dreams and I will tell you who you are. I think here too, the issue has a great deal to do with dreams. In the beginning of Parashat Vayeshev, the only thing that Joseph is really interested in is in telling other people about his dreams. And when all you want to do is tell people about your dreams, that's not a formula for you to rise to the top. It usually means disaster. Because you seem to be so self-involved that you're not in any way concerned with what concerns them. Much the opposite. So in Parashat Vayeshev, Joseph is singularly crazed in telling his brothers about his grandiose dreams. And he gets nowhere. And he falls to the bottom. In Parashat Miketz, Joseph listens to the dreams of others. Pharaoh, especially. The butler, the baker. He does his best to interpret their dreams and to help them realize their dreams. And when an individual tries to help others with their dreams, then even if he's on the bottom, he will soon rise to the top. And that's precisely what happened to Joseph. And that's the message of the Bible. Shabbat Shalom.
So welcome, everyone.
I am a primary care physician.
So what do you think of that, Graham? Because I thought that was a really astute perception.
No, I like that one. They have a good take.
Yeah, I mean, at least personally, I don't know, just the idea that some people are so obsessed with themselves that they don't realize that's the reason why they have such a hard time. Let's see, where can I find the meme? Yeah, here.
Do it! Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Don't do it! Some people dream success while you're gonna wake up and...
I'm sorry, I had to. But yeah, so this was also really interesting. Watched a bit of it, but hey, Kara, feel free to join.
Shalom. This week's Torah portion is Parashat Vayeshev, beginning in chapter 37 of the book of Genesis. Joseph, known in Hebrew as Yosef, is Yaakov's favorite and favored son. Yosef was unique. His father Yaakov recognized a special quality in his very essence from an early age. For even as a child, it was evident that he was blessed with both divine wisdom and Ruach HaKodesh, divine inspiration. Thus, the first words of verse 2, chapter 37, can be read, "These are the generations of Yaakov, Yosef."
So notice that, though. So, I mean, if you look at that, so Joseph had Ruach HaKodesh, had the Holy Spirit. So then basically within Jewish tradition, that basically shows that, I mean, given there's more to Jesus than just the Holy Spirit within Christian tradition, but a big part of it is this idea that the whole, oh, cool, we'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes, Kara. But Graham, I mean, you see what I'm saying? This idea of the Holy Spirit being born into someone, in a way where it's different than just this idea of God breathing his spirit into everyone in order to animate them. There is this idea of the Holy Spirit being embodied within people, beyond just this idea of oh, it can come upon someone, but actually that it is within someone.
Yeah, the concept that I think indwelling is the term that they often use for that one. And again, it's the idea of the breath comes in and out, but you're talking about the spirit, it enters and stays, is what I see as the difference. Tag.
It's also interesting because the name of this Parshah, Vayeshev, means "and he settled" or "and he dwelled." And so it's referring, I think, to Jacob settling in a land, but it could also be this idea and the Shekhinah or the Holy Spirit dwelled within him. But I don't know, that's probably just a alternate understanding.
This alludes to the fact that Yaakov saw Yosef as the one who would continue to be the torchbearer of the legacy of his grandfather Abraham and the continuation of Yaakov's own mission. Thus, all the Torah knowledge which Yaakov received from Shem and Ever, he entrusted to Yosef. What was Yaakov's life's work? To bring holiness into this world. He sought to be that bridge that connects between heaven and earth, the ladder that he himself saw in his dream, set firmly on the ground with Hashem at the top. This, he knew, was the responsibility of the birthright and the obligation of the blessings he received. In order for the goal of bringing the light of holiness into this world to be accomplished by his children, he thought that it had to be led by Yosef. Out of all his children, Yaakov saw that Yosef was best equipped to be firmly part of the material world, yet strong enough to not allow its materialism to conquer him,
that's
as evidenced by Yosef's victory over him.
According to tradition, Joseph is where the northern kingdoms primarily descended from, at least their leadership, from Ephraim and Manasseh.
Interesting.
Yeah, so basically you have, so this is interesting. So you have two rulers, or two lineages of rulers. You have that of Joseph and that of David. And keep in mind, neither of them is the firstborn. The firstborn's Reuben, but he lost his birthright. And then you have Levi, who is the lineage of priests. So you have the priests, you have the Judean kings, and then you have the Israelite kings.
No, that is interesting, and I think you're onto something. So
also the fact that Jesus would have been from up north. Which, keep in mind, like the tradition, in order to claim, I mean, there is this one idea that there is a bit Bethlehem, Bethlehem up in the Galilee, or like up near Phoenicia. It's possible that that's the one he was from, but alternatively, it's possible the use of Bethlehem was just in order to connect it to the Davidic lineage. But if you look at where, actually here, yeah, let's look at this real quick. Maps. Oh wait, no, I don't want to look for maps. Let's see. Territory map, 12 tribes of Israel. Okay. Let's see. So check this out. Yeah, I'm not going to use Conforming to Jesus Ministries map. I don't know, it just kind of gives me a little bit of a... Oh wait, did I just... Shoot, I just closed all of it. Dang it, is that what I get for rejecting Turn to Jesus Ministries?
Well, I would hope their geography doesn't differ too much. I mean, I
Yeah.
understand that belief can vary, but whether a city's in a place or not shouldn't be part of that.
I know, but like, if I'm going to highlight... Oh, sorry, it wasn't turning to Jesus, it was conforming to Jesus. It's close enough. Okay, so... Oh, wow, I think I might... No, not quite. So, let's see. Here. Oh, this is not a good quality map either. Here, this might be better. Bible.ca. Perfect. So check this out. So, okay, dang. So Nazareth, which again probably wasn't even around during the time of Jesus. The closest city would have been Sepphoris, or at least major city. But if you look at this, so this is the territory of Manasseh. This is the territory of Manasseh. They had two, parts of the territory. Then Ephraim also had, So Joseph's tomb was in Shechem, or modern day Nablus. And so Nablus actually got the name Nablus because it was before it was originally it was Shechem, and you can even find the thing is that that's a Semitic name, whereas Nablus isn't Semitic at all. Which this is one of the things that let's see. Before I say, do you know what? Oh, do you know what Nablus means?
No, not off the top of my head.
The modern name of Nablus is a corruption of the Greek name Neapolis. It was mentioned in the first city coins issued during the reign of Domitian and during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. The city developed as a major center during the 2nd century AD. But the thing is that it was built on Shechem. And this is where a majority of the Samaritans live, and they call it Shechem. But it's one of those things where it's this is literally evidence of colonization. And again, I'm not saying that the people who live there are the ones who did it, because it was ultimately named that by the Greeks. But then people there ended up changing, or because of, in Arabic there isn't there's not a pa. It's the same reason why Palestine's pronounced was it Palestine instead of Palestine. But basically with this, same with Paul. Paul becomes Bulus. Peter becomes Butrus. It's pretty interesting. So same. Neapolis becomes Neobulus or Nabulus. And it's one of those things where I think it's important to use both names, because there is a history. To only use one name would be to erase the history of the other. But that's what a lot of people insist on now. They only want to use one name because they think the other implies some political or religious stance, when it's literally just freaking history.
No, I agree. And again, if you're going and calling it Constantinople instead of Istanbul, you are making a certain amount of political statement, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah,
The
but
one thing I was going to say one thing interesting is I didn't realize Dan had two discontinuous segments of land.
Did you know that about Manasseh?
No, Manasseh had that as well.
Yeah. Megiddo was in Manasseh, and so was the Golan and Ashtarot Karnaim and Mount Hermon. Like, there's a lot of really interesting things here. So what was this? Amorites, 60 city-states of Bashan, King Og at Ashtaroth, which is named after, Astarte. You have the Golan here. You have Mount Hermon here. And then in their other parts, you have Megiddo. I mean, like, notice this. Like, you literally have, here at Mount Hermon, you have all this, like, like Enochian type stuff. And then with Megiddo, you have, Armageddon. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting, especially with the whole, like, doomsday type narrative that a lot of people associate with the idea of the suffering servant, which wasn't actually which we'll get into, but wasn't the son of wasn't the Messiah, son of David. It was the Messiah, son of Joseph. But let's see, is there anything else I can find? Yeah, so I just think it's really. Also, look at this. One of the rivers, Taninim, the Dragon River, and then Mount Tabor was in Issachar. But yeah, so according to this, it says that like Jesus would have been, and again, I think it's reductionist to say, oh, they're from here, therefore they're from this tribe. Like, obviously, imagine saying you're from Texas, therefore you must be, what's the word, like a Tejano. But like, there's plenty of non-Tejanos that live in Texas. In the same way, there's plenty of non-New Englander or like plenty of non-Catholics who live in New England. I guess that's the best one. Hey, Cara.
Hey.
So yeah, this is interesting though, because the if you look down, wait, where is Bethlehem? Bethlehem is. They
I
should
was going to say, to be fair, even by the time of Jesus, it's not fair to say he'd be a descendant of these tribes because the Assyrians had resettled most of them by the point of time of Jesus.
Resettled who?
The tribes.
No.
I thought the Assyrians came in and conquered the northern tribes.
So here, we're going to take a quick aside to address this, because this is one of the misconceptions. Most Jews don't even know this, it's honestly really sad, because like there's this idea like, oh, all these tribes got lost. It's like, no, people.
Well, I didn't say lost. I said relocated, and one of the places they got relocated was like the south coast of the Caspian Sea and such.
True, but here, let's see. Sam Air. Also, this was so wild. So I think I've shown some stuff from Sam Air now before, but I actually know someone from high school who knows Sam Air now, and so that's really cool. And I wish I would have known that earlier, because maybe at some point I could even try it. I mean, honestly, I really don't know what I could contribute. I mean, like, I definitely could contribute stuff. It's like the type of thing where I think it would just be more interesting to have like a conversation with Sam. But okay, let's see. Where are we at? Would it be 900? Here, I think it's. Let me make sure this is the right one before we watch the whole thing. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Here. Wait. Actually, I'm just going to look this up. They'll give me an answer. Assyrian conquest.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say on that one is that was basically one of the standard political methods of Assyrian conquest. Is they basically go in, when they conquer a place, they take the elite and put in the Assyrian leaders, relocate the elite to another place in the Assyrian Empire where they didn't have the support. And that was just sort of a standard just their modus of operation when they conquered places. Tag.
Yeah, but they didn't move the common folk or the farmers.
Right. Well, neither did the Babylonians, and there are a lot of people who think the Babylonians basically, hauled up the Jerusalem into ox carts and hauled them across the desert back to Babylon, and that wasn't quite how it worked. They got a bunch of them, but it's basically the elites.
No. Well, either way, I mean, you clearly know, but I still do want to address it.
As much as we like to talk about the Jews as a singular people in the ancient world for their belief in one God, that wasn't initially the case. Judaism is the product of thousands of years of gradual evolution, and the version practiced in the early Davidic period would not only be unrecognizable to religious Israelites, life continued.
Sorry.
As much as we like to talk about the Jews as a singular people in the ancient world for their belief in one God, that wasn't initially the case. Judaism is the product of thousands of years of gradual evolution, and the version practiced in the early Davidic period would not only be unrecognizable to religious Jews today, but actively heretical. I mentioned in the last episode that the earliest mentions of the House of David depict a steady decline from an apex of power and prestige that has otherwise been lost to history. It's hard to make exact dates, but most of this decline seems to have taken place during the reign of King Jehoram in the mid-9th century BCE. Toward the end of his reign, around 842, Edom successfully fought for its independence from Judah. Very shortly after, perhaps even the same year, Philistine raiders killed King Jehoram and kidnapped most of his family, with the notable exception of his wife Athaliah and his youngest son Ahaziah. A year after that, Israel invaded Judah and killed Ahaziah, leaving Athaliah as queen regnant, at which point Moab successfully revolted. The Bible will tell you that this is because Athaliah was an Israelite princess, and that's true. The Bible will also tell you that she was responsible for bringing the cult of Baal into Judah. This is a very convenient lie, because Jews at this point had been worshipping Baal just as long as everyone else in the region. At this time, the Israelites and the Jews practiced basically the same religion as the Phoenicians, with a handful of core gods that everyone would have known, and idiosyncratic local gods for each tribe or city-state, like Chemosh, the god of Moab, who supposedly inspired their rebellion against Judah. This understanding of local gods is especially helpful to explaining the division between Israel and Judah. The most important god in the Israelite pantheon, or the Elohim, was El, or El Elyon, literally the highest god, to whom the Israelites were commanded to make animal and grain sacrifices on top of Mount Gerizim in the city of Samaria. This common belief in El Elyon is what kept the tribes of Israel united, and ultimately what kept Judah out of the fold, because as far as the Jews were concerned, the true identity of El Elyon was their local god. This might not seem like a big deal now, but each god had its own hereditary priesthood, so for Judah to have a separate clan dedicated to the worship of everyone else's most important god would always set the Jews apart as off-brand Israelites. This is why Israel invaded Judah in support of Athaliah. It's also why it was so easy for the Jewish high priest to simply assassinate her, Judah's most important god, hereditary priesthood. So for Judah to have a separate clan dedicated to the worship of everyone else's most important god would always set the Jews apart as off-brand Israelites. This is why Israel invaded Judah in support of Athaliah. It's also why it was so easy for the Jewish high priest to simply assassinate her and replace her with her 7-year-old stepson. And it worked. For the better part of a century, Judah was able to stop the bleeding and restabilize. A lot of people who read the Bible for the first time as adults seem to take special notice of the fact that the high priests were usually either corrupt or incompetent, but their power structure kept Judah unified and stable. Compare that to Israel, where Manasseh had to constantly compete for dominance with 9 other tribes. And with that, now we can talk about Baal. In 760 BCE, Israel was struck by a massive magnitude 8 earthquake. And yeah, if the tribal balance of power was precarious before, things are about to get really messy. In the course of rebuilding the kingdom, a competition emerged between the cult of El and the cult of Baal. Baal was already on his way to becoming top god in the Phoenician city-states because he was the god of rain, which is hugely important to the Mediterranean, where rainfall only comes during half the year and one bad winter can topple entire nations. I mean, how do you think the Arab Spring started? As the generic creator god, El wasn't seen as having an active role in the world, so he got more and more sidelined in Israelite society. He was still there and had his share of defenders, but increasingly, those defenders weren't priests. 2 years before the earthquake, a common Jewish farmer named Amos left his home country to preach against the Israelite king Jeroboam II at his summer palace in Bethel, and in the process became the first historically verifiable Jewish prophet. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary Amos's views really were. Forget Baal, he said. El is the only god who matters because he's the one who made a contract with Israel. Israel literally means struggles with El, and Israel was breaking that contract through its immoral treatment of the poor. At this time, the Israelite religion was based solely on rituals and laws. The idea of proactive charity as an act of faith was totally alien, so the Israelites were really keen on Amos to leave. But then the earthquake happened, and instead Amos started getting followers. Some of them were from Israel, but most were Jews who moved north after the quake. And the most important of these was Isaiah, or rather, first Isaiah, because only about half the work attributed to him in the Bible was written in his lifetime, and you should get used to that. Isaiah began his ministry about 20 years after Amos, by which time Judah had become a vassal of the resurgent Assyrian Empire, while Israel remained in shambles. Isaiah is mostly popular with Christians because of his so-called apocalyptic prophecies, which seem to correlate with the life of Jesus. But Isaiah was reflecting his own time, with the belief that, hey, Assyria might be dominant now, but if Judah becomes a just and fair kingdom, it'll become the great power of the region, and Israel can join in. Did I mention that Israel and Judah were enemies at this time? Judah, in fact, had just teamed up with Assyria to subdue Israel. Israel revolted 2 years later, only to have its government dissolved and a sizable chunk of its population forcibly removed by the Assyrians. This forcibly removed population is commonly known as the 10 Lost Tribes, which is weird on a few levels. For one, the Northern Kingdom had 9 tribes, not 10. For two, only the Israelite elite were ever forced into exile. If you want to see modern-style ethnic cleansing, you'll have to wait until the Roman period. For earlier civilizations, conquering a country is pointless without people to work the land, and no empire existed yet that was big enough to replace a conquered native population.
By the way, that was a reference, well, multiple references, but I think probably the Romans might have genocided a group before, but they definitely genocided the Dacians, modern day Romania. They forcibly depopulated Dacia, and they brought in Roman military colonists and set it up as basically a bulwark of Roman military power, basically like a military colony. So yeah, that happened.
I was going to say the one that started it for the Romans was what they did with Carthage.
True, but I don't know. I don't know how much I actually buy that. I mean, like, obviously they like, you know how so much of it was mythologized. It's arguable how much Carthage was actually destroyed versus like how much of it was just like that it was taken over by Rome.
Well, they actually, I'm willing to sit there and say, given the archaeology, it was destroyed because the Romans built like New Carthage, not too far away. You know, it was basically the Romans pretty much did just raze the city to the ground, so it was unusable.
Yeah, but they didn't depunicize the city.
Well, they de-citicized the city.
Fair. My point is, like, yeah, a lot of people died, but it's not like they were going on a massive killing spree solely to cleanse the land of Punic peoples.
No, they were just specifically genociding the Carthaginians. They were much more focused on just taking care of the one city rather than just the Punic people.
But that's what I'm saying. They weren't focused on Carthaginians. They were focused on Carthage.
A little of both.
I mean, obviously, if you were a Carthaginian, because you'd be loyal to Carthage, they'd kill you. But it wasn't because...
Whether true or not, they had sold the people of Rome on the idea of the child sacrifice.
Fair. You know, it's not like the Romans ever did sacrifice of humans, potentially children. That totally never happened, right?
Well, for the most part, that was something the Romans, that human sacrifice was specifically something the Romans found pretty abhorrent.
Nah, dude. What about the... I forget what it's called, but they would literally... They would sacrifice human victims in a Roman military triumph.
Well, that was they didn't see that as sacrifice. They saw that more as justice. And again, now you're talking about the Roman psychology.
So,
and they could, the self-deception of the Romans as to what justice meant too.
Or, you know, what about the Vestal Virgins when they wouldn't uphold their sacrifice? Oh yeah, just justice. This totally isn't a human sacrifice to atone for them not fulfilling their duties, right?
Well, that's when is capital punishment for a crime human sacrifice and when is it not?
When you're doing it in the name of a god, maybe.
Yeah, that becomes what's your definition of God? And again, Vestal versions, they were in, that was basically treason because they were in service of Rome itself. It wasn't just a normal god; it was Rome itself. So it was basically treason to do what the Vestal, to break your Vestal Virgin vows.
I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time, Dea Roma.
Touche.
I have a question here. Like, how do you guys define a sacrifice? So, like, a sacrifice as an example, or sacrifice as the gift to God, let's say. So I think in one case it was like we will scapegoat this prisoner so others will see, and the other one is like we will sacrifice the child to a god or something. Like it's all about framing. The deed is done, but the excuses for it are different.
Also, the motivation and the intent. You know, it's like
Biases.
you know, what it's the difference between murder and like basically just, you know, an unfortunate homicide and killing of somebody. Did you actually intend to kill them, or you know, did it just kind of happen?
I see what you mean.
So for most Israelites, life continued on as before, albeit under much greater cultural influence from both Assyria and Judah, most notably reflected in the steady replacement of Hebrew as the common language with Aramaic, as well as the rapid decline of the much-loathed cult of Baal. And thirdly, a huge number of Israelite elites who heeded the prophets evaded exile and instead settled in Judah, where our story will continue next time.
And so this is the main thing. So
Hey,
a lot of the elite actually ended up going south to Judah. In fact, archaeological evidence shows that the size of Jerusalem rather, actually quadrupled in the immediate years following the destruction of the Northern Kingdom. And it just so happens that the Northern Kingdom was 4 times as populous as the Southern. So there's probably some connection there.
No, very true. And you know, part of the point is also they were all balling back in the day, and they just had to switch away from that. Okay.
Did you just say they were all balling?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It was a bad pun, but you know.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Shalom. This week's Torah portion is Parashat Vayeshev, beginning in chapter 37 of the book of Genesis. Joseph, known in Hebrew as Yosef, is Yaakov's favorite and favored son. Yosef was unique. His father Yaakov recognized a special quality in his very essence from an early age, for even as a child, it was evident that he was blessed with both divine wisdom and Ruach HaKodesh, divine inspiration. Thus, the first words of verse 2.
I don't know how I missed this before. So I think I mentioned before, you definitely have this, motif of that he's like imbued, or that, that the Holy Spirit's embodied in Joseph. But that what was it? He said divine wisdom, was it?
Blessed with both divine wisdom and Ruach HaKodesh, divine.
So am I wrong, or like am I off here? That like there is this connection made between Logos and Sophia, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's saying there with the wisdom being Sophia and what's he going, the inspiration or whatever being Logos.
Well, wait. No, because the wait. So the Holy Spirit in this case. So you have the Holy Spirit, and then you have divine wisdom. Divine wisdom would be Sophia, but what I'm saying is, there's traditions where Sophia and Logos are connected. Where like Sophia.
Well, I always saw Sophia and the Holy Spirit as basically synonymous.
It's not. So there's traditions that actually have the Holy Spirit as the mother of Sophia. So there is a correlation. They are seen as being very similar, but insofar as that one is the daughter and one is the mother. Let's see. Sophia. Okay. The connection of divine wisdom to the concept of the Logos resulted in the interpretation of holy wisdom, Hagia Sophia, as an aspect of Christ the Logos. So there's something really interesting there, because of the fact that you have these two elements both associated with Jesus in later Christian tradition that are previously associated with Joseph in earlier tradition. And something that I think he's going to touch on a bit is this, this idea, this narrative of Joseph and being persecuted by his brothers or by his own people, and that he's like, literally there's so many parallels.
No, definitely agree. And I see it as, again, Sophia and Logos, that wisdom and knowledge, they're complementary. That they're not. You can't commute one to the other. They're complementary. They're it's a duality sort of thing. You need both of them to comprise things. Tag.
Interesting.
Inspiration. Thus, the first words of verse 2 in chapter 37 can be read, these are the generations of Yaakov, Yosef. This alludes to the fact that Yaakov saw Yosef as the one who would continue to be the torchbearer of the legacy of his grandfather Abraham and the continuation of Yaakov's own mission. Thus, all the Torah knowledge which Yaakov received from Shem and Ever, he entrusted to Yosef. What was Yaakov's life's work? To bring holiness into this world. He sought to be that bridge that connects between heaven and earth, the ladder that he himself saw in his dream, set firmly on the ground with Hashem at the top. This, he knew, was the responsibility of the birthright and the obligation of the blessings he received. In order for the goal of bringing the light of holiness into this world to be accomplished by his children, he thought that it had to be led by Yosef. Out of all his children, Yaakov saw that Yosef was best equipped to be firmly part of the material world, yet strong enough to not allow its materialism to conquer him, as evidenced by Yosef's victory over himself later in this Parshah, when he passed the test of temptation of his master's wife. Yaakov knew that Yosef could be the conduit of this divine blessing, and that he could channel it to the rest of the tribes of Israel, bringing the knowledge of Hashem into this world, and beginning to repair what went wrong in the Garden of Eden, ultimately bringing the redemption. This is the significance of the special garment that Yaakov gave to Yosef. We read here, now Israel loved Joseph more than all his sons since he was a child of his old age, and he made him a fine woolen tunic. In Hebrew, this garment is called ketonet pasim. Our sages teach that this was none other than the garment of Adam himself, Adam HaRishon, the first man, which had been passed down through the generations through a most circuitous route, and which Yaakov gave over to Yosef in passing on to him the responsibility of continuing the tikkun, the fixing of Adam HaRishon. But to the brothers, this appeared as unfair favoritism, and it cemented their feelings of jealousy and hatred toward.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Graham?
Well, probably not, because I'm going I'm thinking like the rainbow body. But what are you thinking?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, in Taoism and Buddhism and such, there's the whole rainbow body that you can transmute your body into, ties into the whole rainbow serpent Quetzalcoatl sort of thing.
Do you track that with the whole idea of Adam Kadmon, like the heavenly Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm going. This idea of Joseph almost being like because keep in mind, if this was passed down between all those people, it never talks about any of his ancestors having it but Adam. So you have this thing that's basically only associated with Adam and with Joseph, and so it's almost paralleling this idea of the first and the last. How later Jesus gets interpreted as the last Adam, or like the Adam at the end of time. And also this idea that Joseph's supposed to be responsible for rectifying the mistakes of Adam.
No, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I guess I see it with much more of those restart Adams in there, because you have kind of Seth as one, you have Noah as one.
But does it ever is there ever a tradition of them having or wearing or being associated with Adam's garment?
Not that I know of. You do have the rainbow associated with Noah. You don't have a whole lot of any kind of tradition with Seth in the Bible.
That's actually not true. So this is really cool. Do you know what Seth is ascribed to have built according to Jewish tradition? Like what famous thing he built?
Off the top of my head, no. If I had to just throw a guess in, it'd be like the pyramid.
Yeah. The pillars of Seth. I think that's one, and I think the ziggurat, the great ziggurat of Or, is like another. But there's this idea that one is supposed to withstand fire and one is supposed to withstand water, like the destruction of the world by fire and by water.
Gotcha.
But anyway, but no, I with the whole like rainbow. Also, notice that the rainbow thing, the coat of many colors.
Oh, exactly. No, they were talking about Joseph's coat and his pride of it. That's why I was thinking of the rainbow thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, is there any like with Noah? He's not actually associated with a rainbow colored anything. It's the rainbow itself.
Right. No, I'm just noting the symbolism exists in the Noah story there as well.
Lord Yosef.
I'm
And so begins.
thinking. Oh, we closed everything. No, I'm thinking how he's portrayed as the full package, plus the connection to Adam on top of it. So divine wisdom with divine inspiration, plus the connection, the code of Adam.
The
So-
other, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's the legitimacy, he's the chosen one. He possesses all the qualities, basically. So,
Another interesting interpretation is that because the word for like the tunic, at least in Genesis, like when it's given to Adam, that's like clothing of skin, like clothing of skins or skin clothing. That it might have been that they were actually clothed in skin, and that it's like basically becoming physical. So it might almost be referencing this idea of that like Joseph was created in the likeness of Adam.
well, symbolically, putting somebody else's skin on is taking somebody else's role. So he was sort of groomed into a big role.
I can see that.
The saga of Yosef and his brothers, so painful to witness and so hard to understand. Of course, there are many dramatic twists and turns to Joseph's story. It's a difficult and lonely route that he traverses. And while the events that overtake him are ostensibly fueled by brotherly enmity, it was all part of God's plan. And in the midst of all the hardship he would endure, Joseph never forgot that. He never lost sight of Hashem's presence and guiding hand in his life. So open up your heart. In Torah study, there are always so many levels of meaning. According to the simple meaning, the brothers' animosity towards Yosef began at first when they saw their father give Yosef that tunic. Then their hatred was intensified when Yosef told them his elitist dreams that foretold his dominance over his brothers. But on a deeper level, the truth is that their issue, their disagreement, was about how to serve God and fulfill the nation's destiny, how to deserve the fulfillment of the promises made by the Almighty to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The dichotomy between Yosef and his brothers has a spiritual root, manifest in what we perceive as animosity on this level, but at its root, it's a spiritual divergence. In Torah tradition, a concept is taught that associates the Messianic era and the fulfillment of prophecies of the redemption with two distinct Messianic forces. This idea is known as Mashiach ben Yosef, the Messiah descended from Yosef, and Mashiach ben David, the Messiah descended from King David. This idea emphasizes the spiritual dimensions of these Messianic figures and how they interact with and respond to the changes of their milieu, seeing them as archetypes representing different aspects of divine revelation and redemption. These teachings are based on the midrashic and mystical insights of our holy chachamim, the sages of Israel. And before we continue with this idea, please note that this concept of two sides to the Messianic process of redemption should not be confused with or compared with or abused by any non-Jewish eschatology. In Torah, the midrashic and mystical insights of our holy chachamim, the sages of Israel. And before we continue with this idea, please note that this concept of two sides to the Messianic process of redemption should not be confused with or compared with or abused by any non-Jewish eschatology. In Torah thought, both Messiahs are ordinary human beings, albeit great. And of course, the exact nature and timing of their arrival are ultimately in the hands of God. Also remember that Torah teachings also emphasize the need for personal preparation for the arrival of the Messiah. This includes strengthening our connection to God through prayer, Torah study, and acts of kindness. By living a life of holiness and actively working towards the betterment of ourselves and the world, we all can contribute to the coming of the Messianic era. So, how do we understand what this means, two Messiahs, and what are their distinctive roles and tasks in the timeline of Hashem's plan of redemption? Both Mashiach ben Yosef and Mashiach ben David play crucial roles in the process, each with their specific tasks. Together, they bring about the ultimate spiritual and physical redemption for all humanity. Mashiach ben Yosef, the Messiah from Joseph, he's a descendant of Joseph, specifically from the line of Ephraim. His era precedes that of the Davidic Redeemer, the first helping to pave the way for the arrival of the second, which will herald the final stage of the redemption. Mashiach ben Yosef's role involves specific tasks. These tasks include initiating the process of gathering the exiles back to the land of Israel, beginning the process of the rebuilding of the Holy Temple, and restoring the observance of Torah and mitzvot among the Jewish people. Mashiach ben Yosef is traditionally associated with military leadership and is envisioned as a warrior figure, often involving battles against the enemies of Israel. Indeed, according to the tradition of the illustrious Vilna Gaon, known as the 𤤅𝐤𝐿, Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilna, Mashiach ben Yosef is tasked with the physical and military aspects of the redemption. The Vilna Gaon explains that Mashiach ben Yosef's mission is reminiscent of the biblical figure of Joseph. Just as Yosef descended into Egypt before his brothers, Mashiach ben Yosef will descend into the Egypt of the exile to prepare the way for the ultimate redemption. He'll confront the challenges and obstacles that stand in the way of the Jewish people's return to their homeland. And the Vilna Gaon's teachings emphasize the importance of recognizing and supporting the efforts of Mashiach ben Yosef. Again, by actively participating in the physical and material aspects of the redemption, we all contribute to the ultimate spiritual redemption that will be brought about by Mashiach ben David afterwards. Part of Mashiach ben Yosef's role is to proclaim the teachings of Torah to the nations and to gather up the sparks of holiness that are scattered among the nations trapped within the materialism of the world. By elevating these sparks, Mashiach ben Yosef helps to rectify the world, preparing it for the ultimate redemption. Just as Joseph revealed the wisdom of God to the Egyptians and played a crucial role in their spiritual elevation, Mashiach ben Yosef has a similar task on a global scale. He will disseminate the universal teachings of Torah and inspire the nations to recognize and embrace the truth of Hashem's existence and his moral principles. So, Mashiach ben Yosef is about physically and materially preparing the way for the ultimate spiritual redemption to be accomplished by the Davidic Mashiach, as seen in the descent of Yosef to Egypt prior to his brother Yehuda. Now, one interesting viewpoint among the sages
is notice that, like that tradition. Like I almost think that, I don't know. It seems like it could be argued that the tradition of Jesus as a Messiah was originally ascribed to Jesus ben Joseph, because, like, if you look at the genealogy, what is it? I forget where Joseph's family was from, but Mary's family was supposedly Levites, not Judites. And since it's past, also the other thing is that what is it? The whole idea of disseminating Torah to non-Israelites. Who does that fit? That it's like, I don't know. I think it's just I don't know. It's interesting.
I'm thinking about something else here.
Yeah.
It's the promoting the idea of the chosen one and other people, and kind of talking how bad the envy is. That if you envy your brother, you will be punished, and you have to kind of submit to the chosen one, and you should not question it in a way. And the chosen one is again divine wisdom, whatever, divine inspiration, some other legalistic kind of attributes to that divine chosen one. And I remember that story with the dreams, and then he kind of saves the kingdom from hunger or something, or he predicts the hunger in his dream. I kind of vaguely remember it from childhood Bible reading. It always struck me how we have to submit to the chosen one, and the envy is bad. The idea that somebody else is that. But then when Jesus comes, but he's not an Israelite, and so he cannot be chosen for some reason.
Wait, what do you mean? Jesus was an Israelite.
He wasn't.
Yeah?
That's what I mean.
Wait, what do you mean he wasn't?
No, was not he? Was he?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, am I wrong here, Graham?
Not you're 100% right according to the traditional Bible story, the standard synoptic story.
I mean, there are some theories that he might have been Phoenician, but honestly, I think more likely what people who are trying to make that argument are seeing is the Phoenician influence on Judaism, and like Israelite tradition, and by extension, like indirectly upon Christianity. But at the same time, it's not to say that there weren't a lot of Phoenicians that became Christian. I just think that, yeah.
Canaanite at the very least.
Well, Phoenician and Canaanite's the same thing.
Well, Canaanite you could extend all the way down to the Negev.
All right, fair enough. I mean, what I'm saying though is that the Canaanite or the Phoenicians called themselves Kinanu. They called themselves Canaanites. So at the end of the day, I think that Phoenician is literally just the Greek word for, for Canaan. And if you look at it by that extension, that's the reason why there was never a Greek word for Israel. They already had it. It was Phoenicia.
Like I'm battling a little bit with the idea of the chosen and proving to others that this is the chosen person. Like I'm zooming out of the details because I lack the knowledge.
But like, where do you get this idea of like submission to the chosen one?
The story itself is designed to show that if you, for example, even in the story of Joseph and his brothers, like he was beloved by his father, the most beloved. I think he was the youngest, if I'm not mistaken.
Second youngest.
Oh, second youngest. Oh, yeah. So he was beloved by his father the most, and he was the wise one, and he had also the desire to do things. He was always inspired, but because like those two together, they show a good quality, like it's a doer basically, and he receives all these blessings, and then his brothers envy him. He also has the sight because he has those prophetic dreams. Something with lions eating the other lions. I don't remember the details anymore. It doesn't matter. It's like, so he's the full package, and I think his brothers exiled him or something at some point. Basically they were portrayed as villains for doing so, for disobeying the will of God or their father as well. And then anyway, he gets a kingdom, right? Like he saves, he predicts hunger, then he predicts 7 years of prosperity. Am I talking about? He receives the blessings, and then his brothers come to him and ask for forgiveness, and they basically submit to him. Yes, you were the chosen one. Now we ask for forgive us for treating you that badly. So this is the story, and the story is aimed to teach us something. If there is a chosen one, like we should submit and not question it, otherwise we will be punished.
No,
as regular, not chosen people.
That's not at all how I'm reading it. Like basically, it's not that they were submitting to him because he was a chosen one. They were submitting to him because they were at his mercy. Like at the end of the day, and it's not like he.
Okay, when he became the king, right? But not before that. They didn't.
I always liked how Joseph punked him. That was always cool to me. You know, hiding the silver into Benjamin's like backpack, and then have.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's also a dick move.
Well, again, they sold him into slavery. He had a certain amount of that. They had a certain amount of that coming.
Yeah, but he punished the youngest one who actually didn't.
No, he didn't punish him.
Okay, he didn't punish him, but he didn't he like put some silver in his bag to the youngest boy? Or like
Joseph was going to keep him in Egypt with him.
Yeah, but it was dishonest. I get that the idea of retribution and stuff, but like,
they told their dad that he had died. Like they're all dishonest.
Yeah, they couldn't even tell their dad they made a good profit off of him, Joseph.
I mean, in any case, like I do not like his actions and his portrayal as the chosen and the wise one always, and yet like
He's not
those
though. He's not the chosen one. He's literally just his father's favorite.
yeah, that's what I mean. He is that like his fathers favored him and then he got lucky.
I mean, yeah,
but like the way he treated his brothers, I don't know. Vengeance.
Well, that seems like exactly the sort of thing Jacob would have done to somebody. I mean, with the way Jacob and Laban went after tricking each other, that's what Joseph did seems exactly like what Jacob would do.
Also, the whole point of keeping Benjamin there was so that they would bring their father there, and so that he'd be able to reveal to his father that he was still alive.
Wasn't there a better way?
There was a better way for Jacob to get the birthrights.
I don't know. Like,
I mean, likewise, look how Abraham sends away his son and the mother of his son, just because his other wife tells him to.
Well, that is the happy wife, happy life principle.
Yeah, but he had two wives.
No, he didn't. The one was just a handmaiden.
Interestingly enough, there's a tradition that later on, afterwards, after Sarah died, that the woman Keturah that Abraham married was actually just Hagar, and that she took on another name after she like became like a, I mean, Israelite wouldn't be the word, but like she basically converted.
Ouch! I just flashed to Prince Charles and Camilla and Princess Di.
Yep.
Regards Mashiach ben Yosef as a messianic force rather than an individual. According to this idea, Mashiach ben Yosef can be understood as a collective or a movement, such as a political or a social movement that will pave the way for the ultimate redemption rather than as an individual. This force is associated with the ingathering of the exiles, the rebuilding of the land of Israel, and the restoration of Jewish sovereignty. Such a movement would bring about a spiritual and physical transformation in the world, preparing the way for the arrival of Mashiach ben David, the ultimate Messiah. Mashiach ben David, on the other hand, will be a charismatic and wise leader who is a direct descendant of King David. His ancestor is Yehudah, who, through Tamar, fathered Peretz in our very Parshah, from whom King David is descended, as recorded at the end of the Scroll of Ruth. In his deathbed blessing, later in chapter 49, Father Yaakov promised Yehudah, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a scholar from among his descendants, until Shiloh arrives, and his will be an assemblage of nations." Unlike the warrior aspect attributed to Mashiach ben Yosef, Mashiach ben David is a political and spiritual leader. He's a consummate educator and an unparalleled communicator who has the power, through his words, to unite the whole world. As Hashem's agent in the greatest spiritual revolution in history, he will manifest divine revelation and the ultimate fulfillment of God's plan for creation, completing the process begun by Mashiach ben Yosef. This Messiah will reign as king, restoring the Davidic monarchy according to God's promise, after establishing a reign of peace and justice, rebuilding the Holy Temple in Jerusalem if it has not yet been built, and bringing about the final redemption for all humanity, instilling the world with unprecedented peace, harmony, and unity, and facilitating a society based on justice and righteousness. So open up your heart in the deepest way. Now, we can begin to understand that the relationship between Joseph and his brothers, specifically Yehudah, in these Torah portions, Vayeshev and next week's Miketz, they can be seen as a foreshadowing of the roles of Mashiach ben Yosef and Mashiach ben David. Yosef's descent into Egypt in advance of Yehudah and his brothers parallels the concept of Mashiach ben Yosef paving the way for the ultimate redemption. There in Egypt, Yosef provided sustenance for his family, as well as for all of Egypt, ensuring their survival. Just as Yosef's wisdom and leadership, and above all his purity, allowed him to provide sustenance during the years of famine, Mashiach ben Yosef will bring about a period of spiritual and material abundance.
And so, like, here's one of the things that's kind of interesting. If it hadn't been for his brothers selling him off into slavery to Egypt, and it hadn't been for what he did in revealing himself to his brothers, then not only would have his family starved, but Egypt would have as well, because within the narrative, he was the one who was responsible for setting up like the system that allowed them to have a surplus.
Oh, the
Like-
divine redemption.
Well, no, but the divine
Makes
redemption.
sense.
What?
No, but it makes sense now. So, like, it had to be, it had to have happened.
It still
Yes.
doesn't justify the brothers being scumbags, though. They're still scumbags.
Right. It's kind of like the only way that it would be justified is if he was like, "Hey guys, you should like I got a message from God. You guys need to screw me over and sell me into slavery." Like similar to the whole tradition that Judas was just acting on Jesus's will when he revealed him to the Romans.
Exactly. It'd be Joseph saying, "I'm going to go undercover and become a slave in Egypt and work my way up to the side of Pharaoh." Yeah, if he had said that, that'd be different.
No, but I get it. The point is not the deed, but the what does it represent? It represents that we don't know God's plan, basically. We don't know the evil deed done upon us by, let's say, my brothers. Will make sense later on when, let's say, God's plan is revealed. The idea is you don't have to know God's plan in advance. Just follow your heart, basically. Yeah, it is. I get it. Like, we cannot know everything in advance. Yeah. So I guess that's the lesson.
I was going to say that the issue I have with what you're saying is that almost justifies the brothers being scumbags because of the outcome. Sort of that Machiavellian, the end justifies the means.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah. Like,
the flip side of that is
a good coping mechanism, though.
the flip side of that is God's taking the evil act and then turning it to good. That I think is a better way to interpret it.
Likewise.
Okay, so finding gold in pile of shit, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Making gold out of a pile of shit. Okay.
Being spiritual alchemists.
Silk purse out of sow's ear for a different different one. Yeah.
Joseph's journey to Egypt was a necessary step in the divine plan to bring about the eventual redemption of the Jewish people from Egypt. Just as his descendant, Mashiach ben Yosef, will play a crucial role in preparing the world for the final redemption. Yehuda, on the other hand, represents the spiritual aspect of redemption. He takes responsibility for his actions and demonstrates repentance and growth throughout the story. This can be seen as a parallel to the role of Mashiach ben David, who's associated with spiritual leadership and the ultimate redemption. Thus, the relationship between Yosef and Yehuda in the story of Joseph and his brothers serves as a powerful metaphor for the interplay between the different aspects and stages of redemption, highlighting the importance of the combining of their attributes and bringing about the ultimate redemption of the Jewish people and the whole world. Yosef understood that man's purpose in this world is to aid in bringing the continuous flow of shefa, divine energy and goodness, into the world around us. He understood that this is done by being involved in the material world and exerting a positive influence on others, especially those that are far from holiness, that feel disconnected from God, with a goal of uplifting them. Yosef's very name testifies to his essence. In Genesis chapter 30 and verse 24, his mother Rachel declared her reason for naming him, Yosef Hashem li ben acher. So she called his name Joseph, saying, "May Hashem add on for me another son." The word Yosef means to add, alluding to amplification of the divine light into physical reality. This was the basis of his conduct with the children of Bilhah and Zilpah. He wanted to elevate them spiritually. In the beginning of the Parshah, we read, he was a youth with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, meaning that Yosef spent time with them, aligning himself with them. The verse continues, and Joseph would bring evil reports about them to their father. meaning Joseph reported the bad behavior of his brothers, the children of Leah, and how they mistreated the children of Bilhah and Zilpah, calling them servants, as Rashi teaches. Bilhah and Zilpah were given to Yaakov by their respective mistresses, Rachel and Leah, to bear children on their behalf. Torah calls them shifcha, sometimes translated as handmaided or servants. However, Torah does not use the word in any negative connotation, but rather in reference to their role as surrogate mothers for Yaakov's children. Despite their status as handmaidens, Yaakov treated them with respect and affection. As surrogate mothers, they were valued members of the household, and they played a significant role in the formation of the 12 tribes of Israel. Their children, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, became integral parts of the Jewish nation. Yet despite this, the children of Leah treated these children disdainfully. When Yosef sees that Leah's children are not behaving properly towards the sons of Bilhah and Zilpah, that they ostracize the handmaidens' children and call them servants, he doesn't hesitate to take action. Firstly, by associating with them himself and trying to lift their spirits, and also by bringing the matter of their negative speech to Yaakov's attention. This desire to reach out to others is characteristic of Mashiach ben Yosef's role in the redemptive process. Yosef's dreams were also an expression of this idea. They were indications of his desire to lead by connecting heaven and earth, between sheaves in the middle of the field to the sun and the moon and 11 stars. He knew that his dreams were prophetic, and he thought that it was important for his brothers to know his dreams because they have merit, and so he tells them. The brothers saw it as arrogance, that Yosef was attempting to rule over them, but it was never about his ego. It was about revealing Hashem's plans. Yosef understood the true meaning of his prophetic dreams, that he was being given a task from heaven, and he knew that everything was depending on him, despite the great personal cost that it would require of him. Despite the fact that Yosef knows very well that this might lead to envy and hatred, still he follows his path of truth without fear or hesitation. Yosef demonstrates this quality of steadfastness consistently. He goes at his father's bidding to inquire of his brothers and the flock's welfare, though he realizes the danger. And in his dealings in both the house of Potiphar and in prison, he works to improve and fix the respective situations of others that he's confronted with as best he can. Yosef's approach was validated by his father Yaakov, as Torah informs us as early as verse 3, and Israel loved Yosef more than all his sons, and he made him a fine woolen tunic, the ketonet pasim. The word pas, plural pasim, means a colored stripe, alluding to the idea that this garment represents a synthesis, a weaving together of multidimensional life, the life of the spirit, together with material existence. The tunic was an expression of Yosef's approach and Yaakov's approval of it. Deeper still, as we mentioned earlier, Midrash teaches that this special garment which Yaakov gave to Yosef was actually the garment of Adam, the first man, before his sin. Our sages teach that before the sin of eating from the tree of knowledge, Adam's garment was a garment of light. Giving over the garment represents the idea that Yaakov saw in Yosef the continuation of the way of Adam before the sin, by illuminating the material world through the godly soul. Like his mother Rachel, Torah describes Yosef as the personification of physical beauty. He was exceptionally attractive. Verse 39:6 informs us that he was handsome of form and handsome of appearance. He was very much a part of this world, and his physicality was expressed by his very presence. Yet he is known as Yosef HaTzadik, Joseph the righteous, in the merit of his withstanding the test of the temptation of his master's wife. But in the brothers' mistaken view, seeing Yosef, they saw him as an aberration of Yaakov's legacy. They stood in opposition, and thus when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped Joseph of his tunic. We read the fine woolen tunic that was on him. They took Joseph's tunic, slaughtered a goatling, and dipped the tunic in blood. Yosef sought to unify opposing forces.
That same motif of like pulling off of the tunic, that same thing happens with Jesus, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Jesus goes a little farther. There's additional parts that I don't think we want to talk about.
What, the crucifixion?
No, about being naked after getting pulled off the tunic.
In order to do this, he needed to connect with the material world. The brothers drew erroneous conclusions, causing them to have a negative perception of him, concluding that since he was so involved with the material world, he must not be of the continuation of Yaakov, and therefore he must be rejected. Yet everything that Yosef did was part of his perception of tikkun olam, of fixing the world. His engaging with the children of Bilhah and Zilpah was in order to elevate them spiritually. And upon his descent into Egypt, his goal was to proclaim there, in the midst of the very heart of the darkness of paganity, that there's only one true God, the Creator. With everything he did, he sought
to just make up a new word.
One true God, the Creator. Midst of the very heart of the darkness of paganity, his goal was to proclaim there, in the midst of the very heart of the
I've heard of paganness, but not paganity. Like Christianity, but it's pagan. Oh my God.
His descent into Egypt, his goal was to proclaim there, in the midst of the very heart of the darkness of paganity, that there's only one true God, the Creator. With everything he did, he sought to sanctify the name of the Creator. The struggle between the brothers and Yosef is like a portent of the birth pangs of the Messiah. Yosef and his brothers are the last part of the formation of Yaakov's family line that all this book of Bereshit has been leading up to. And their story will close this book of Bereshit. That all this book of Bereshit has been Yosef and his brothers are the last part of the formation of Yaakov's family line that all this book of Bereshit has been leading up to. Yosef and his brothers are the last part of the formation of Yaakov's family line that all this book of Bereshit has been leading up to. And their story will close this book of Bereshit. The events of Parashat Vayeshev also begin to set the sequence of events in motion that will be the cause of the descent of Yaakov and his sons into Egypt, and ultimately the servitude of the nation of Israel. So open up your heart deeper than ever before. The holiday of Hanukkah always falls out during this Torah portion. This example of exquisite timing, the timing of Hanukkah coinciding with this week's account of the sale of Yosef and the estrangement of his brothers from him, it focuses our attention on Yosef's approach to serving God in this world, striving to influence the reality of one's environment with the aim of bringing holiness into the world. The prophet Amos, in chapter 5 and verse 15, declares that all of Israel are called the remnant of Yosef. Bringing divine light from one's soul to shine on the outside is a complex task. It requires inner purity, the very challenge that Yosef faced and overcame in Egypt. Like Yosef, Hanukkah also expresses the need to change reality, to infuse the material world with divine light, with inner meaning, to uplift. Hanukkah commemorates the rededication of the Holy Temple after it had been defiled. But the truth is, Hanukkah, which means dedication, is about dedicating not only the Holy Temple, but the whole world, making the world into a place where God will be welcome. The lights are kindled in the home, facing the outside world, in the entrance, forging a connection between our home and all the world, bringing the light of holiness from within to shine throughout, even reaching those who are furthest away, shining the light so that they too will recognize that Hashem alone, the creator of all, rules the world. Shalom. Thank you for watching this week's Jerusalem Lights Torah portion. May we each do our part in preparing for the redemption by shining our light into the world and proclaiming that God is one. Shabbat Shalom and blessings for this holiday of Hanukkah, filled with light and love for you and your family.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Sam Jordan,
Can I
Director of
guys ask you
Humanitarian.
a question?
Yeah.
Because I'm confused. They said coat of Adam before the sin, but before the sin he was naked. Like he didn't have any clothes at all.
So I think it.
So that, yeah,
Yeah. That.
that confused me. But then he added, and it's made of light. Okay, I get it. So does this mean he just like how can you give somebody a coat of Adam made of light before the sin, and before the sin he had no clothes?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe he misspoke. Maybe he meant after. I don't know. Grim, do you have any ideas?
I was gonna say that would fit the whole light body concept, where your body becomes like the rainbow body, and that would be why you can do that even if you're naked. Again, go ahead, Kara.
How did he? No, so okay, I get it. How did they preserve it then? Because he was there was the sin, and after the sin, I guess it disappeared. How did they get it?
Lots
The
and lots.
coat of Adam.
I'm joking. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like it's confusing to me.
Yeah, no, to the best of my knowledge, his cloak never really gets discussed again.
A what? Sorry, Graham, can you repeat that?
Oh, his cloak, Joseph's cloak, the multicolored cloak. It doesn't get talked again after he gets to Egypt.
Uh-huh. I think I think he just had the light of Adam. It's like the inner light, like he was so inspired. It's just like it's interesting. Like, was it a metaphor? Like because like in a physical realm, it's rather impossible.
Again, I keep seeing something like the light body, a transfiguration sort of thing. It's leaning to. one of my takeaways on what they're talking about is one, Joseph never learned the lesson that snitches get stitches. If you're ratting out your brothers, they're going to get back at you. And the other one is, I didn't really get that the point of Joseph was to preach monotheism. And that he was kind of saying something like that one. And again, if you're going into Egypt, you're just bad timing. If you went in during Akhenaten, it'd be, of course we're monotheists here now. Tag.
Funny. Yeah. I think maybe you could. I mean, I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of serious. Maybe they got it from the stairway to heaven. You know, like God just kicked down the coat. Like, here, you know what? It hasn't done me any good in all this time. Why don't you have it? Give it to Joseph.
It's as good as explanation as I've heard yet.
Unfortunately, I can't claim that it was passed down to me from a reputable rabbi. I mean, the funny thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, if enough people, you know, have like basically, if you can trace back a tradition far back enough that way, it's legitimate. But the problem is, you can't just make up something and start saying that. I mean, you can, but it won't make it legitimate. Let's see. Give me one moment and we'll start.
And here I thought you were trying to say you had heard it from a disreputable rabbi.
I mean, I didn't hear it from anybody. I just came up with it. But the point is that anybody could say anything. It's about actually being able to trace traditions back.
Right, you got to have the sources. You just got to go to the sources, Ariel.
Yeah, the sources, but then you also have to know who created the sources, or at least how they were found.
I just think it's a very cool name for a YouTuber, disreputable rabbi.
Honestly, I feel like that would be a better name for a band, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, for a rapper.
Let's see, what can I find? What can I find in the meantime? Because I have to use the restroom. Let's see.
Ariel, what do you do for Hanukkah? You lighting candles?
Yeah, though honestly, I've kind of been slacking. The first night the first night I was at a candle lighting. Then the second night, that was, I think I forgot. Third night was last night, forgot. Fourth night was tonight, I forgot, but I'm going to try to do it today because technically you can still do it the day of. But you know what? I have an excuse. I'm not at like my 100% because I don't know. I've just been like, so much has been on my mind, so I'm not able to focus. But like, I would if I would remember. And someone tried to.
I'm lighting a candle right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I would, but I'm afraid that I'd forget. It's like, you know, I'm just going to do it in the morning. Let's see. Why can I not find this?
You need one of those electric menorahs that you just keep clicking it.
But it's not real then. Though something I do want to get at some point, because what my rabbi has, he has a really cool olive oil menorah. Like because I've seen ones before that they just use like lighter fluid, and it's like, you know, that I don't want to just be burning lighter fluid. But honestly, it's probably not good to burn olive oil either. But what's this?
You sure
What
lighter
does Parshah
fluid
have to
and
do
not
with the Princess
kerosene?
Bride?
What?
Sorry?
I said you sure lighter fluid and not kerosene?
Isn't the same thing?
No,
No.
they're not.
Shows you how much I've used either. What's the difference?
Lighter.
Smell.
Wait.
I was gonna say Lighter fluid is a very lightweight, thin fluid that you
Oh,
basically put
yeah.
on charcoal and stuff, and it's like an accelerant.
Oh no, I was thinking of lantern fluid, right?
You might have been thinking lantern fluid. Yeah, that's like kerosene.
Lantern was the other word I said. Lighter. They both start with L. You could easily get confused. Also, the funny thing is, even though I don't really speak a lick of it, technically I can claim that Spanish is my first language because I learned it before I ever learned English, and then I just forgot it. But no, lantern, lighter, they both do similar things. They both give off fire.
I'm Yoni Berg, and this is Pop Culture and the Parsha. Welcome to Pop Culture and the Parsha, the series where I take the weekly Parsha and I connect it to some aspect of pop culture. Movies, TV shows, comics, plays, whatever. This week we're going to be talking about Parashat Vayeshev and its connection to the Princess Bride, which might seem weird because there's actual movies made about this week's Parsha. You have Joseph, the King of Dreams. You have the wonderful movie Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Amazing movies. So why would I pick the Princess Bride? Because it's more fun that way. So let's talk about what these two have in common. So first we're going to go through the Parsha and see what that's all about. The Parsha starts off with Yaakov giving Yosef, his favorite son, a wonderful coat of different colors, many colors you might even say. And then Yosef starts having these dreams. And with each dream, he makes his brothers increasingly angry at him until finally they beat him up, throw him into a pit, and sell him into slavery down into Egypt. Yikes. Then they take his coat that Yaakov gave to Yosef and they rip it up, dip it into an animal's blood, and present it to Yaakov, indicating that he was killed by a wild animal. Then there's an interlude in the Parsha with Yehuda and Tamar. It's an interesting interlude, and we'll probably get to it in another video, but it has to do with Yehuda getting together with Tamar. We'll leave that for another time. Then the story goes back down to Egypt and focuses on Yosef succeeding wildly in the house of Potiphar until Potiphar's wife sexually harasses him. And when Yosef turns her down, she falsely accuses him of attempted rape, and Yosef is thrown into prison. While he's in prison, he befriends a butler and a baker, and both of those men have dreams of their own, which Yosef accurately interprets, and that's pretty much the end of the Parsha. So what does any of that have to do with the Princess Bride? The Princess Bride is more or less a love story between this girl named Buttercup and her farmhand Wesley, but there's actually more to it than that, because Wesley is presumed dead when he goes off to seek his fortune. And after that happens, Buttercup gets engaged to Prince Humperdinck of Florin. And everything looks great, but spoiler alert, things are not great. And Humperdinck wants to start a war with the neighboring kingdom of Gilder. And the way that he wants to do that is he wants to have Buttercup, his fiancée, killed and frame Gilder for it. And the way that he does that is he hires Vizzini. Vizzini is a Sicilian genius, and he and his henchmen, Inigo and Fezzik, kidnap Buttercup and plan to kill her on the Gilder frontier. While they're doing that, Vizzini takes a uniform of an army officer of Gilder and rips a piece of the uniform to leave as a clue on Buttercup's favorite riding horse. And there's the connection between the two. In each of them, somebody rips a garment to indicate that someone else had killed the person that they're trying to get rid of. In the Parsha, it is the brothers ripping up Yosef's coat so that Yaakov will think that an animal killed him. And in the movie, it's Vizzini ripping the army officer's the army officer uniform of Gilder so that everyone will think that Gilderian soldiers have killed Buttercup. So there's the connection. Huge thank you to Menachem Katz for helping me find this connection. I was having trouble finding a nice connection to the Parsha, but Menachem helped me with it. So thank you so much, Menachem. I appreciate it. Let me know what you think about this connection in the comments. If you think that there's a better connection, if you think there's a different connection between this Parsha and pop culture, I would love to hear it. Here's an interesting fact about this year, nothing to do with pop culture though. Usually the Shabbat of Hanukkah is Parshat Miketz, next week's Parsha. But this is a weird year in that the Shabbat Hanukkah is Parshat Vayeshev. Sometimes it's Vayeshev and Miketz, but it's very rare that we have a year like this where the Parsha of Hanukkah is only Parshat Vayeshev. So interesting little fact, has nothing to do with pop culture. Just thought you might like to know that. So feel free to share this video Share it on social media. Give me a like. Subscribe to my channel if you enjoyed it. Be sure to let everybody know about it. Share this Dvar Torah at the Shabbat table if you want to. I think that'll make a great something to talk about. And let me know what you think about it in the comments below. And until next week, Shabbat Shalom and Chanukah Sameach.
Hey,
Hi.
Hello.
so yeah, that was interesting. I didn't quite get it because I've never seen Princess Bride.
I have seen it and like many times. I can quote it and no, too much. I think it's equivocation.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I was going to say, getting back to the Parsha, one of the things that kind of jumped out to me there that hadn't before was the whole Joseph's bloody coat, and using that to deceive Jacob echoes very much, Jacob putting on Esau's clothes and using like the bloody sheepskin to fool him, to fool Isaac.
Interesting connection. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, it's a really good parallel.
From Vayeshev to the end of the book of Bereshit, we read the story of Joseph and his brothers. From the very beginning, we're plunged into a drama of sibling rivalry that seems destined to end in tragedy. All the elements are there. There's favoritism. Jacob loved Joseph more than his other sons. The Torah says that this was because he'd been born to him in his old age. But we also know that it was because Joseph was the son, the first child, of his beloved Rachel, who had been infertile for so many years. Jacob gave this favoritism a visit. The Torah says that this was because he'd been born to him in his old age. But we also know that it was because Joseph was the son, the first child, of his beloved Rachel, who had been infertile for so many years. Jacob gave this favoritism a visible symbol, the richly ornamented robe or coat of many colors that he'd had made. The richly ornamented robe or coat of many colors that he'd had made for him. The sight of this acted as a constant provocation to the brothers. In addition, there were bad reports that Joseph brought to his father about his half-brothers, the children of the handmaids. By the 4th verse of the Parshah, we read the following. When the brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him. V'lo yachlu dabro l'shalom. What's the meaning of that last phrase? Here are some of the standard translations. They couldn't speak a kind word to him. They couldn't speak peacefully to him. They couldn't speak to him on friendly terms. Rabbi Yonatan Eibeshutz, however, recognized that the Hebrew construction is strange. Literally, it means they could not speak him to peace. What might that mean? Rabbi Eibeshutz refers us to the command in Vayikra 19:17. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall surely reprimand your neighbor and not bear sin because of him. And here is how Maimonides interprets this command as it relates to interpersonal relations. When a person sins against another, the injured party shouldn't hate the offender and keep silent. It's his duty to inform the offender and say to him, why did you do this to me? Why did you sin against me in this matter? If the offender repents and pleads for forgiveness, he should be forgiven. Rabbi Eibeshutz's point is simple. Had the brothers been able to speak to Joseph, they might have told him about their anger at his tale-bearing, of their distress at seeing the many-colored coat. They might have spoken frankly about their sense of humility. They might have told him about their anger at his tale-bearing, of their distress at seeing the many-colored coat. They might have spoken frankly about their sense of humiliation, at the way their father favored Rachel over their mother Leah, a favoritism that was now being carried through to the next generation. Joseph might have come to understand their feelings. It might have made him more modest, or at least more thoughtful. But lo yachlu dabro l'shalom, they simply couldn't bring themselves to speak him to peace. As Nachmanides writes on the command, "You shall not hate your brother in your heart," those who hate tend to hide their hate in their heart. We have here an instance of one of the Torah's great insights, that conversation is a form of conflict resolution, whereas the breakdown of speech is often a prelude to violent revenge. The classic case is that of Absalom and Amnon, two half-brothers who were sons of King David. In a shocking episode, Amnon rapes Absalom's sister Tamar. The Tanakh says Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the ornate robe she was wearing. In a shocking episode, Amnon rapes Absalom's sister Tamar. The Tanakh says Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the ornate robe
Wait,
she
wouldn't it
was
be
wearing.
his
She put
sister
her
as
hands
well?
on her head and went away weeping aloud as she went. Her brother Absalom said to her, "Has that Amnon, your brother, been with you?"
It
"Be
depends
quiet,
who
my
her father
sister.
is.
He's your brother. Don't take this thing to heart." And Tamar lived in her brother Absalom's house, a desolate woman. When King David heard all this, he was furious. And Absalom never said a word to Amnon, either good or bad. He hated Amnon because he had disgraced his sister Tamar. Absalom maintained his silence for 2 years. Then he invited all of David's sons for a feast at the time of sheep shearing and ordered his servants to wait until Amnon was drunk and then kill him, which they did. Hate grows in silence. It did with Absalom. It did with Joseph's brothers. Before the chapter ends, we see them plot to kill Joseph, then throw him into a pit, and then sell him into slavery. It's a terrible story, and it led directly to the Israelites' exile and slavery in Egypt. The Talmud uses the phrase "ein sicha ela tefillah," which literally means conversation is a form of prayer. Because in opening ourselves up to the human other, we prepare ourselves for the act of opening up ourselves to the divine other, which is what prayer is, a conversation
Oh, that's
with
beautiful.
God.
Hold on. I've got to hear that again.
Exile and slavery in Egypt. The Talmud uses the phrase "ein sicha ela tefillah," which literally means conversation is a form of prayer. Because in opening ourselves up to the human other, we prepare ourselves for the act of opening up ourselves to the divine other, which is what prayer is, a conversation with God. Conversation doesn't in and of itself resolve conflict. Two people are open with one another, may still have clashing desires or competing claims. They may simply not like one another. There is no law of predetermined harmony in the human domain. The conversation at least means that we recognize one another's humanity. At best, it allows us to engage in role reversal, seeing what the world looks like from the other person's point of view. Think of how many real and intractable conflicts, whether personal or political, might be transformed if we could do just that, see the world from the other party's point of view. In the end, Joseph and his brothers had to live through real trauma before they were able to recognize one another's humanity. And much of the rest of their story. Judaism is about the God who cannot be seen, who can only be heard, about the God who created the universe with words and whose first act of kindness to the first human was to teach him how to use words. Jews, even highly secular Jews, have often been preoccupied with language. Wittgenstein understood that philosophy is about language. Levi-Strauss saw cultures as a form of language. Noam Chomsky and Steven Pinker pioneered study of the language instinct. George Steiner has written about translation and the limits of language. The sages were eloquent in speaking about the dangers of harmful language, lashon hara, evil speech, the power of language to fracture relationships and destroy trust and goodwill. But there is evil silence as well as evil speech. It's no accident that at the very beginning of the most fateful tale of sibling rivalry in Bereshit, the role, and specifically the failure of language, is alluded to in a way missed by virtually all translations. Joseph's brothers might have spoken him to peace. Had they been open, candid, and willing to communicate, speech broke down at the very point where it was needed. Spoken him to peace. Had they been open, candid, and willing to communicate, speech broke down at the very point where it was needed most. Words create, words reveal, words command, words
They can also
redeem.
destroy.
Judaism is a religion of holy words, for words are the narrow bridge across the abyss between soul and soul, between two human beings, and between humanity and God. Language is the
Dang it, why does he have to
redemption.
have so many good quotes?
Judaism is a religion of holy words, for words are the create, words reveal, words
I like that
command,
guy.
words redeem. Judaism is a religion of holy words, for words are the narrow bridge across the abyss between soul and soul, between two human beings, and between humanity and God. Language is the redemption of solitude and the mender of broken relationships. However painful it is to speak about our hurt, it's more dangerous not to do so. Joseph and his brothers might have been reconciled early on in their lives and thus spared themselves, their father, and their descendants much grief. Revealing pain is the first step to healing pain. Speech is a path to peace. Shabbat Shalom.
Wow.
I remembered South Park, and Cartman was going, "Words are like bullets. How do I reach those kids? Words are like bullets." And like he kept repeating that. Yeah. Oh, that was excellent. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I have to go. I have yoga now.
Take care.
Yeah.
Yoga well.
Okay. Bye.
Yoga Goga.
Namaste.
It's funny because isn't there that one episode of South Park where it's like where they use namaste? It's like fuck you. You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't seen that one. I catch what I can. I'm rather amused by the panderverse that they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, the what?
Talking about
The panderverse.
What do you mean?
Oh, they're skewering the whole current take on Star Wars.
Oh. Anyway, let's go. Sorry, let me just finish this real quick. It is kind of interesting how that idea of dialogue is so paralleled with everything going on today.
And seeing God in the other, and I think there was a little bit of that with the Yaakov and Esav, of seeing the face of God in the brother. I think there was something that.
Yeah, it's also interesting because within that idea, there's this idea that it's more of a mitzvah. It's like it's holier to welcome or like to welcome to welcome a guest into your house than it is to welcome the presence of God. Like that a guest is seen as more important to treat kind than even God. I think on some level it's almost like, don't worry, I can take it, but if you treat other people like shit, then there's no helping you. But that might just be my own interpretation. All right. Baruch et Adonai Amvarach. Baruch ata Adonai Amvarach leolam va'ed. Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim. ונתן לנו את תורתו, ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. And we're loading. Okay, let's see. Also, at some point, we do need to catch up on the ones that I wasn't able to do because I needed sleep. Let's see, table of contents. Vayeshev 1. Interesting. I'm just looking up here where it's talking. Is this the... Yeah, this is the descendants of Esau? Must be. Just want to get some context. Interesting. Look at this name here. You have Baal-Hanan. You have Hadad. You have... what else? Magdiel. That was an interesting one. Anyway. וישב יעקב בארץ מגורי אביו, בארץ כנען. אלה תולדות יעקב, יוסף בן 17 שנה היה רואה את אחייו. בצאן והוא נוער את בני בלהה בית בני זלפה נשי אביו ויבא יוסף את דיבתם רעה אל אביהם וישראל אהב את יוסף מכל בניו כי בן זקונים הוא לו ועשה לא כתונת פסים ויראו אחייו כי אותו אהב אביהם מכל אחייו וישנאו אותו ולא יכלו דברו לשלום ויחלום יוסף חלום ויגד לחייו ויוסיפו שנותו ויאמר עליהם שמעו נא החלום הזה אשר חלמתי והנה אנחנו עלומים מתוך השדה והנה כמה אלומתי וגם ניצבה והנה תסובנה על אלומותיכם ותשתחוון לאלומתי ויאמר לו אחייו המלוך תמלוך עלינו אם משול תמשול בנו ויוסיפו עוד שנותו על החלומותיו ועל דבריו ויחלום יול חלום אחר ויספר אותו לחייו ויאמר הנה חלמתי חלום עוד והנה השמש והירח ו11 כוכבים ומשתחווים לי ויספר אל נביאיו ואל חייו ויגר בו אביה ויאמר לו מה החלום הזה אשר חלמת בוא נבוא אני ואמך ואחיך להשתחוות לך ארצה ויקנו בו וחיה ואביהו. שמר את הדבר וילכו אחייו לראות את צאן אביהם בשכם. ויאמר ישראל את יוסף הלא אחיך רואים בשכם לך ואשלחך עליהם. ויאמר לו הנני. ויאמר לו לך נראה את שלום אחיך ואת שלום הצאן והשיבני דבר וישלחהו מעמק חברון ויבוא שכמה וימצאו איש והנה טועד בשדה ויסעלהו האיש לאמור מה תבקש. I just realized I need to check how far I'm reading until because it doesn't have the annotations here. Starts at 37. Okay, let's see. It goes until okay, so I read a bit ahead, but that's fine. So it goes until 11. I did not know that. And Yaakov dwelt or settled in the land Megurei Aviyav, the land that his father lived, or sojourned, I guess it says, Be'eretz Canaan, in the land of Canaan. These were the generations of Yaakov. Joseph, the son, son Sheva Esrei. Joseph, a son, or literally a child or a boy of 17 years, was a shepherd of his brothers. No, he shepherded in the flock, or shepherded the flocks, tended the flocks, it says, with his brothers. And he was a youth, he was a youth at Noar. Is there another translation for this? Oh, he was a servant. I guess he was a retainer here. It's saying, but he was a youth at Bnei Bilha vet Bnei Zilpah, as a helper to the sons of his fathers. That doesn't know. Here it says at Bnei Bilha and Bnei Zilpah. It doesn't say anything directly about them. Just about their sons, the wives of his father. And Joseph went Davat. What is Diva? Went whispering evil to his Divatam. They're evil to his father. And Israel loved Joseph from all his from all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made for him a katonet pasim. So what's interesting is this word katonet might actually be, because it means tunic, and it's from it's a cognate with Aramaic kituna. It might actually be connected to the Greek keton. You know what I'm talking about?
Not off the top of my head.
Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see. Keton. Let's see. Keton. Tunic. Oh, yeah. Here. A kethon is a form of tunic that fastens at the shoulder, worn by men and women of ancient Greece and Rome. There are two forms of chithon, the Doric and later Ionic. According to Herodotus, popular legend was that Athenian women began to wear the chithon as opposed to the peplos after several women stabbed a messenger to death with bronze pins, characteristic of the peplos. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Look at this. I was right. The word chithon is derived from Central Semitic chitan, Hebrew kuthonet, ultimately from a word for flax.
And does coat come from that?
I doubt it, but I could look it up. Let's see. Kotus, word for Proto-Indo-European. Let's see if I can find let's see. Etymology. Let's see. No, so it seems that this is that's derived through Proto-Germanic kuto, which cowl, woolen cloth, coat. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with etymology. It's kind of like how far do they go in which direction to find the cognates, and they stop at various points. Or if you trace further, it's like people don't think the at the end of French to indicate feminine relates over to the Semitic female, like you get in Egypt with the tet and et on the end. But
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a bit above anything that I can say for certain. Let's see, where are we at?
Same garment.
We need a philologist.
Yeah, but like one who isn't full of chara. Because there's a lot. Like for instance, Jordan Mack. Oh, here, actually, let's pull this up. Let's see. Let's see. Jordan Maxwell, pseudo linguistics. See what we'll pull. See. See what I can find. Honestly, no. The guy was a giant piece of crap. I don't need to give him any attention. I mean, the point is like you can come up with fake etymologies for anything. It's about actually having evidence to back it up. So anyway, let's go back to here. I literally so easily distracted. So I made a coat. This is ornamented tunic, coat of many colors. Pasim. It could mean that it went down to the palms of the hand or foot, but it might be from Aramaic, which would make more sense, especially because it seems like there's a lot of Aramaic derivatives, right, like in this chapter. But that might just be me saying that. I don't know. And he saw, and his brothers saw, and his brothers saw that he was loved, that their father loved him from all their brothers, and they hated him and did not go. They were not able to speak him to peace. Dabru. They were unable to speak to peace or speak for peace. And Joseph dreamed a dream and he told to his brothers, and this, and he increased their hatred, and he increased more their hatred for him. So what's interesting is this word increased, Yosifu. It's the same root as Yosef. And interestingly enough, Graham, do you remember? I think we might have. I don't know if you were there when we found this, but basically that there's a Jewish tradition that associates Sarapis or Serapis, but in Hebrew it's rendered as Sar Apis or Sar Apis. It's rendered as being a reference to Joseph, and that like there's certain statues that are permitted, so long as you don't worship them. But saying that like the image of, I forget what it was, but basic. Oh no, that the image of Serapis, like they say that Sar Apis is actually talking about Joseph because he. It's also interesting because you have the same idea with the dream incubation. You see what I'm saying? With Serapis is the Serapion, and the they had snakes there, didn't they?
Seraphim.
Yeah, they have snakes at the Serapis.
Oh wow, I didn't even think about it. Seraphis. Yeah, whoa, dude, you blew my mind. I don't know how I never thought about that. And then the snake connection, and then the dreams, and especially this idea of yeah. Oh,
Nothing. I'm looking something up. I'll tell you in a second.
yeah. Actually, let me see if I can find that real quick.
What is the meaning with the seraphim? Does it include any of that?
Burning ones.
Burning.
Yeah. Let's see what I can find. Oh, yeah, here, I found it. Okay. All right, Rava says they all deal with finding such an image. As for the middle clauses, the teaching of Rabbi Judah, for it is taught, Rabbi Judah adds the picture of a nursing woman suckling and Serapis. A nursing woman alludes to Eve, who suckled the whole, who nursed the whole world. Serapis alludes to Joseph, who became a prince, Sar, and appeased Hephis, the whole world. The picture of Serapis is only permitted when he is represented as holding a dry measure and is measuring, and that of the nursing woman when she is holding a child and nursing it.
Yeah, that whole Sar thing going through the, I guess, Akkadian as the kings, Sargon and Sharukin.
And then listen to this. Our rabbis taught which is the figure of a dragon that is prohibited. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar said one that has joints between his neck. Rabbi Asi motioned to the joints between the joints of the neck. Rab Chama, the son of Hanina, said the halacha is in accord with the view of Rabbi Shimon bar Eliezer.
I was going to say in that presentation that I had you watch, Ariel, I had one of those additional derivations of Serapis that kind of surprised me that I think is worth noting here. And that's the first mention of Serapis is in the death of Alexander. And they had appealed to the god Sar Apsis. And that's where they think it may be. And Apsis being Ea.
I don't follow.
Or Enki. And it's basically, it was that they were, that it's another kind of importing of Enki and Ea into Serapis. Peg.
Interesting.
King Enki. It seems to me.
Yep, Sar Apsis is king of the Apsu. Yep.
And
I see now.
Asher and Asherah as being the royalty at the top.
Interesting.
Sorry.
All right, let's see where we at. And he said to them, "Listen, please listen to the dream, to this dream that I dreamt. and behold, we were me'almim, we were alam, binding, alamu, we were binding alumim, sheaths, like bound sheaths in the midst of the field. And behold, my sheath, oh my God, as something bound, rose up, v'gam nitzava, and also took its stand or stood upright, and behold, tesubena, oh my God, tesuvena alumotechem, turned around, be brought around, and chain, turned back. Your sheaths turned back, the tishkachaven, and they bowed down or depressed themselves to my sheath. I feel like there's definitely some other reference that could be meant here.
A bunch of limpies.
Let me see if I can. Let's see. Let's see.
The vegetal imagery is a kind of a thing that I think is picked up, with these parallels with Christ. I am the vine, thou art the branches. The switching from the animal metaphors to the vegetal seems to be a
Interesting.
transition from the herd state, shepherdry, to the farming.
Let's see. And they said, his brothers answered, or his brothers said to him, Hamloch Timloch, certainly you are trying to, or certainly you are trying to reign or to rule over us, Imoshal, with sovereignty, or with do you mean to have dominion? Do you certainly plan on dominating or having dominion? Where's over us? Oh, upon us. Banu Vayosef. Banu. And wait. Bone. Ben. In us. Wait. I don't know. It says, let's see. And he increased their hatred for him upon his dream and upon his word. And he dreamt another dream. Dreamt another dream. Vayeshev, and he told it to his brothers. Maybe he should have learned to shut up. And he said, "Behold, I dreamt a dream, and dreamt another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon, v'chad asar, and 11 stars were bowing down to me." Vayeshev el aviav, and he told to his father and to his brothers. His father rebuked him and said to him, "What what is this dream that you dreamt? Havonava, are we certainly supposed to come is this me and your mother and your brothers to bow down to you, bow down low to the earth to you? And
Maybe
they,
the sun and the moon, I guess.
yeah, and they were jealous of him. His brothers were jealous of him, and his father protected protected the matter, or protected the word. I don't know. Here, I need to take a quick break, but you guys have anything you want to say, or should I put on another video?
It seems to be a little bit of astrotheology in there.
Definitely. Let's see. Oh, Joseph's
And they
dreams.
figured out another few planets than the 7, I guess.
No, the 12 stars. It's just stars.
Well, 12 stars would be the zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good call. Good call. Let's see. Joseph's
Which
dream.
totally identifies him with being God.
Who?
Apotheosis of Joseph.
How?
If everything's bowing down, that normally is centered on God, the one.
No, not necessarily.
It's associating with the sun, with the solar deity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's saying even the sun and the moon.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Yeah, which I mean that's what takes it even a level beyond that to God.
Yeah.
As conception has growing. Apotheosis, like if on a cosmic level ruler.
Let's see. Where can I find let's see.
Imagine that same language. It goes back into some of the Sumerian Akkadian stuff too, of the leader, divine leader.
Let's see. Come on, I've got to find something. What's this?
Begins with Good morning, everyone. We are studying today the Torah portion of Vayeshev. It begins with Yaakov desired to seed and live in tranquility. He had suffered tremendously for 20 years from his father-in-law, the most painful experience a man can go through. And then he suffers from his brother about to destroy him. Later on, Dinah is being raped and abused. After that, Simeon and Levi kill an entire city, and he has to defend that his family. So you can imagine kind of a painful life he's suffering. But he comes back to his father's neighborhood in Hebron, and he wants to relax. And God says, no, 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 no. In this world, you got to walk. When you're at a job site, you cannot take a break. You have got to continue. So God is going to bring him another challenge, actually the most painful challenge. By the way, I forgot to mention that his wife died also while. And now his son is going to disappear. And for 22 years, he will be mourning the loss of his son. In this week's Torah portion, we begin that journey of challenge that Yaakov is facing, but we are going to begin with dreams. Yosef is dreaming dreams, and there is an interaction between him and his brothers, him and his father. The brothers hated him, and they interpreted the dreams the way he shared it with them to me as if he is to say, "I'm the leader, and you are my subjects." And yeah, so they hated him even further. It doesn't stop him. He's bringing a second dream. And then Yaakov is also rebukes him publicly in front of the brothers about the dreams that he's sharing. Let's see the insight, so to say, the Kabbalistic understanding and how it is actually something that applies to us every day. I'm starting on selections of Likutei Sichot, the second talk, page 476. He told the dream to his father and brothers. We're talking about the second dream when he sees the sun, moon, and 11 stars are bowing down to him. He shows the dream now with his to the brothers and the father, and the Torah continue. And his father rebuked him, and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamt? Will we, I, your mother, and your brothers, to come to prostrate ourselves to the ground before you?" He says to him, "How dare you share that? What do you think about sharing that dream? You think that me and your mother, your father and mother, and the brothers, your brothers, my sons, will prostrate before you?" Rashi cites the words "will we come" and explains that Yaakov asked Yosef the following: "Isn't your mother Rachel already dead?" However, Yaakov did not know that the matter refers to Bilhah, who had raised Yosef as if she were his mother. He's dreaming not just 11 stars, but also sun and moon. Sun and moon referring to father and mother. And Yaakov says to him, "How is it possible to say that your father and mother are going to prostrate before you? Your mother is in the grave." And Rashi says, but he didn't realize that it refers to Bilhah. Bilhah was the maid, the concubine, the maid of Rachel. And when Rachel died, Yosef was very young, must have been he was 8 years old. She raised him for the rest of his childhood, and therefore she's considered like his mother. And therefore what he saw in the dream referred to Bilhah and not to Rachel, and therefore there is no difficulty in interpreting the dream. Rashi goes on to say, our rabbis explain Yaakov's words differently. Now Rashi comes up with a second interpretation, deriving from here that there is no dream without meaningless components. Yaakov was aware of this concept. However, he intended to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons to prevent envy of Yosef. Therefore, he told them, "Will we come?" He was implying, just as it is impossible for your mother to come, so too is the rest of the dream meaningless. Rashi says, our rabbis tell us that no dream, which is very meaningful dream that comes to tell us the future, it comes without a little bit content that is untrue, that is, so to say, false or fake. In this case, what was the fake part? What was the false part? That your mother will bow down to you because the mother is not alive. However, Yaakov did not share this idea with the brothers. He wanted to get their heart away from jealousy, and therefore he rebuked Yosef, saying to him, just like as is your mother not alive and cannot bow, so is the entire dream not true. However, he himself knew that that part may be the part that is false, and therefore the dream is correct. This is Rashi. So again, Rashi gave us two explanations. One, when his father rebukes him about his mother not being alive, it can refer to Bilhah, who raised him like a mother. In the second one, Yaakov knew full well that that is incorrect, and every dream will have a false part, and that might be the one. However, he rebuked Yosef to make the brothers not stop hating him and get jealous. This interpretation of Rashi's words follows the understanding of several super commentaries on Rashi that explain that Rashi is offering two different interpretations of the verse. In other words, many super commentators, rabbis who devoted their entire life and all the writing to explain Rashi, they explain that Rashi is actually bringing two separate interpretations. Number one, Yaakov did not know that the matter referred to Bilam. This interpretation is based on the understanding that the verse is in Bereshis Rabbah. In other words, the first one is he did not know that there is mother refers to Bilhah, and therefore he says if Rachel is not alive, the entire dream is not correct. The second one, B, the interpretation of our rabbis that there is no dream without meaningless components, which is based on the words of the Talmud. The Talmud tells us that Yaakov knew full well the dream will be interpreted, except to make the brother stop being jealous. He kind of rebuked him that there is a part to the dream that is incorrect, but he knew that there must be a part, and that's the part. In other words, they are, so to say, seemingly are at odds with each other, the two interpretations. The first one, he says the dream cannot be true because your mom is not alive. The second one, he knew this dream is true, but he said that in a rebuke so that the brothers should stop envy. On the surface of the Rebbe, according to the first interpretation, Yaakov thought the dream was meaningless because it implies that Joseph's mother would also bow down to him. Yaakov erred in this judgment because he did not know that the matter refers to Bilhah. By contrast, according to our rabbi's interpretation, Yaakov knew that the dream was true and prophetic in nature. The fact that it included Joseph's mother bowing down did not detract from this prophetic import, because even though, according to our rabbi's interpretation, it is impossible to say that the matter referred to Bilhah, because there is no dream without meaningless components, and his mother's bowing is one such component. In other words, according to the second interpretation, when he dreamed that the moon is bowing down, referring to his mother, it's not referring to Bilhah, it refers to Rachel, except that part is incorrect, it's a false part. So you have, so to say, two interpretations that are not explaining, that are not the same. Each one is different from the other.
Nevertheless, under any interpretation, the brothers did not like him at all, no matter what.
It didn't change their mind. That's correct, yes. But we need to understand Yaakov's train of thought. What did he say to him, rebuking him publicly? And that's the discussion. Rashi, in other words, according to the first interpretation, Yaakov felt that this dream is no prophetic vision, because the mother is dead, and therefore it cannot be a real dream. So he dismissed the dream. According to the second interpretation, he knew full well that there must be a false part, a false component here, and that's that part. And therefore he knew that it's going to happen, except that he rebuked them just to remove the envy from the brothers.
You could also misinterpret to think that Rachel was brought from the grave prophetically to bow down.
No one says that, and I can understand why, because he's referring to a dream of people who are still alive. Otherwise, there is no way you can doubt any dream. Rashi concludes his commentary in line with his second interpretation, explaining that Yaakov intended to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons, so they would not envy Joseph. Therefore, he said to Joseph, "Will we come?" He was saying, just as it is impossible for your mother to come, so too is the rest of the dream meaningless. That is, although Yaakov knew that the dream was true and prophetic, he made this statement to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons. So Rashi concludes his interpretation based on the second one, not the first. However, this interpretation of Rashi's words appears forced, for the narrative continues, his father awaited the matter, which Rashi interprets to mean he awaited and looked forward to the dream's fulfillment. In contrast to Rashi's first explanation, according to this understanding, Scripture explicitly states that Yaakov was certain that Joseph's dream was true and would surely be fulfilled, but he did not know when, and he so was awaiting and looking forward to its fulfillment. Says the Rebbe, if it's two exclusive interpretations, when the first interpretation to say that Yaakov believed that it's a false dream, and the second interpretation he believes it's a true dream and prophetic dream, then Yaakov, the Torah concludes, ve'aviv shamar et hadavar, his father kept awaiting and look forward to it being fulfilled, that he and his family will bow down to Joseph. According to verse interpretation, he didn't look forward to it because he felt that it's incorrect, that it's false. So therefore, the Rebbe is going to say to us that there must be one interpretation. It's not exclusive. It's not two separate interpretations. Yes, Dick.
I need a clarification on the timeline. Was this after Joseph told his brothers to go back to Canaan and bring their father to Mitzrayim? Is this when he's the vicer?
He is now a young boy. He's 17 years old. Oh, you're asking when the bowing down took place? Yeah, when Yaakov came back and the family. They actually, he had two dreams because they ended up bowing down to him twice. And one time it says that he bowed down. The first dream is only gathering sheaves in the field. And the sheaves bow down to my sheaf of cornel. There is no father and mother there. There's only 11 sheaves. Because the first time they met Yosef, they bow down without father and mother. The second dream, when you have sun, moon, and stars, it refers to the time where father, mother bow down together with the children. I want to stick to the content because any moment we don't. Sheaves, aluma. Aluma.
Also, even when the father comes down, he brings his wife. He doesn't say anything about Bilhah bowing down. He just says Yaakov gets to see. Does Bilhah come down the second time?
What? So first, according to the second interpretation, Bilhah does not need to bow down because it's a false component in the dream that the moon is bowing down.
Okay.
Second, I do believe Bilhah bowed down to her. Where do you see Yaakov bow down to him? Anybody knows?
Well, when they meet each other and they kiss each other and so on.
There's no bowing down? No. Before Yaakov dies, Yosef come to visit him and he bows down to him.
Because he's the prime minister, not because he's his son.
Correct. But he did bow down to him. On this basis, says the Rebbe, it is possible to say that Rashi is not citing two separate interpretations. Rather, his entire statement should be seen as one explanation. It's not two exclusive opposite interpretation, but they all, everything Rashi is bringing is one, and that's how the Rebbe explained it. This is reflected in the precise wording Rashi uses. Our rabbis derived from here. Such wording does not imply that he is beginning a new interpretation, rather continuing his previous explanation. And here is how the Rebbe explains that. Rashi does not write as he does in other instances when he cites two interpretations, an alternative understanding, and our rabbis interpreted, or the like. Rashi just says, and our rabbis learned from here, which means Rashi should thus be understood as saying, since Yaakov did not know that the matter referred to Bilhah, yet was certain that Joseph's dream would be fulfilled as the narrative continues, that his father awaited the matter. Our rabbis derive from here that there is no dream without meaningless components. The Rebbe says that the rabbi, when Rashi brings the rabbis about that there is no dream without a false component, is derived from this case. From here we gain that idea. Before this story, there was nobody knew about it. In other words, it's one interpretation. Yaakov rebukes Yosef. He says, how is it possible the dream is true? Your mother is dead. He did not know it refers to Bilhah. The rabbis come and says, from here you learn that a dream will not be true dream, prophetic dream, unless one part is false. How do we know? Because we read that the moon is bowing down, and the moon did not bow down to him. His father knew that the dream is going to be fulfilled. How? We don't know. But he felt that it's going to happen. It's a prophecy. However, he rebuked Yosef by saying to him, something is wrong with that dream. He did not understand that there must be something wrong in the dream. From here, the rabbis derived that a good dream will always have something wrong with it. That's the Rebbe. The Rebbe will go much deeper into understanding, but this is, so to say, an introduction to the idea that the Kabbalah is going to teach us. We continue on page 479. This was Yaakov's conception that even though the dream as a whole will be fulfilled, this particular point that Joseph's mother would bow down to him was one of its meaningless components. In truth, however, this was not a meaningless component because the matter referred to Bilhah. Says the Rebbe, Yaakov understood that this must be a false component in the dream. But in truth, says Rashi, there was no false component because it referred to Bilhah, not to Rachel. Bilhah raised Joseph, so she's considered like a mother. By the way, it teaches us a very deep lesson, and that is when someone adopts a child or someone raises a child, by law, by Jewish law, they are considered the legal mother or father. We have a case here in our community where a mother was married to another man when the child was a year old, and the father that she married to is a Levi. And the real father, unfortunately, abandoned the children. The son, the man, wanted to honor the adoptive father because he gave him a good life. He was kind and caring. And when that man died, he wanted to sit Shiva. Sitting Shiva is many mitzvot you cannot be fulfilling. Jewish law will dictate because he raised him, he's considered like his father, and therefore he was able to sit Shiva, and he's named after him when he's called to the Torah. When we call him to the Torah until today, after the adoptive father. However, to become a Levi, that line we didn't cross. In other words, the real natural father is not a Levi, so the son. He's a part of our community. So in other words, adopting a child is considered like the father or mother. And that's where we see it here, that the Torah, the dream is sun and moon and referred to Bilhah, even though Bilhah raised him only when he was 8 years old. Let's continue. Rashi then concludes, explaining that although Yaakov knew that the dream would be fulfilled as a whole, he still said, will we come to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons? They did not know that there is no dream without meaningless components, and therefore it was possible to tell them, just as it is impossible for your mother to come and bow down to you, so too is the rest of the dream meaningless. In this way, the brothers would not envy Yosef. Rashi goes on to say, so in other words, according to the Rebbe, it's not two interpretations, it's one. One is Yaakov did not understand how the moon can bow down, the mother is not alive. But he knew the dream to be true. The rabbis derived from here that no true prophetic dream can be brought into a human unless a part of it is false. However, his father who kept waiting because he knew it's going to be fulfilled. The children did not know that if a component is false, the rest of the dream is true. They felt, they knew, they understood that if one part is false, the rest of it is false. And therefore, he was sharing with the brothers, just like your mother is not alive, so the rest of the dream is not going to be fulfilled, to remove envy from their hearts. But he looked forward, he looked forward to it. Now the rabbi is going to deal with the idea of looking forward to bowing down to your son, which seemingly is not something you look forward. It says, says Rashi, mechake mata yavo. He's looking forward to the day it will arrive. And we need to understand what it means.
Only in Jewish cases.
What do you mean?
Power had a dream. There was no meaningless component.
A lot of meaningless components.
What he dreamt was always
was a lot of false. So they came from the water. Cows coming out from the middle of the water.
It's not meaningless. It had an impact.
Well, there were many components that were false. Many components of the false. In power dream. Every dream must have a false component. Regardless.
So did Bilhah come to Joseph to bow down in the end, or it wasn't?
So he asked this question, and I responded that according to the first idea, she didn't need to come to bow down because it was a false part. According to the second one, have to be fulfilled.
How convenient.
22 years that maybe this was going to happen. This hadn't happened yet, so now he has this sense that this is going to happen. Joseph's gone. but he knows that's gonna happen because he
So
knows
you,
the true dream.
so you're looking at it from a bird's eye view,
Right, which I think,
looking at the future
right,
from the now.
Right.
However, in real life, when they brought to him the coat
right,
Joseph wore, stained in blood, he assumed, and everybody accepted
he's
it,
dead.
that he's dead.
Right.
So the dream is gone.
But Rabbi,
The dream is gone. By the way, nobody is talking about later on where it's been fulfilled. When the brothers bowed down, they didn't know. But even after they revealed, they never go back and say, oh, now we understand his dreams. We don't see it in the text.
he really deep down, maybe through Ruach HaKodesh, knew that couldn't possibly be dead because he mourned for 22 years. And God allows us to forget things, and he never forgot all those 22 years.
So that's the medrash. The reason he refused to stop mourning is because only someone who is actually dead, we are able to move on with life after 7 days or 30 days. Here, Joseph wasn't dead, and therefore he mourned after him continuously. However, he did not know about it. He felt that Joseph Joseph looked like his mother. And therefore, it was the choice of his children. No one was his beloved. You see that he spoiled them. You see that he bought them outfits. So when he lost them, it really destroyed him. And he felt that the reason he's mourning is for the true loss. He didn't know what we know now. It's not, it's like Monday morning football. Quarterback Monday.
So Joseph is the 12th son.
If in truth,
Sorry, what was that?
we are page 400.
So Joseph is the 12th son.
No, he's 11th.
He is. Are you sure? He's the 11th. There's 10 brothers.
Benjamin's the youngest.
Oh, okay. So the 11 stars.
The 11 stars are his 11 brothers.
He has 11 brothers, so he's the 12th.
Yeah.
That's what
he's
I
a 12th star, but it doesn't say he's a star. It just says that he's the one they're bowing down to.
Yeah, but if they're stars, he's a star. And what that seems to...
Also, how does a star bow down? Because it only is...
Of course, none of that makes any sense unless basically you're a black hole and everything is vortexing in. But the precession of the ages, so what's Joseph's sign? And that is the ascendant age at that point. It would seem that he's part of the zodiac of the 12, but which one would he be? And what age are they in? You have the precession from the ram. Is it from the bull to the ram to the fish?
What about Ophiuchus?
Did you see the 13th constellation?
Yeah, might Ophiuchus would be around between Sagittarius and Scorpio. But in this case, I would say that Joseph would be much more of
maybe Libra.
I was thinking Aries because you're moving into the era of the Lamb, because Aries definitely takes it over after Moses.
I'm thinking Libra because of the scales and the idea of distributing and judging and being a vizier.
Well, the succession of the ages, like Graham's saying there, it goes from, so is it from Taurus to Aries to Pisces then?
You guys are cutting out.
Is it from Taurus to Aries to Pisces?
Taurus, Aries, Pisces, Aquarius. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So the sacrifice of the bull, the sacrifice of the ram, then the fishermen of Christ.
Yeah, I can't really hear you guys that well. Maybe give it a few minutes.
So they sacrifice
If
the
in
bull.
truth the matter referred to Bilhah, additional clarification is necessary. What are the meaningless components of Joseph's dream? The rabbi says from here you learn that there are false component in a dream. But I don't understand. Rashi told us there is no false component. The component of the moon was misunderstood by Yaakov. It's not Rachel, it's Bila. So what's wrong? What is the false component? How the rabbi derived that there must be a dream, a false component?
Why do they bow?
Because he is the leader. He's the king, and they are his subjects. He saved them. God wanted it to be that way. Says the Rebbe, the question can be resolved by prefacing the explanation of another puzzling dimension of the overall narrative. There is another component that is kind of puzzling. Seemingly, Rashi's interpretation of the verse, his father awaited the matter, that Yaakov awaited and looked forward to its fulfillment, implies that this is something he cherished, desired, and looked forward to happening as soon as possible. What would a father desire in that his son would reign and he would bow down on the ground in front of him? It says that he looked forward to it happening. What do you mean? Looking forward to bowing down to your son? True, the adage, a man will be jealous of anyone except his son and his student, says the Torah, is easily understandable. The Torah tells us that a person is jealous of anyone that are of the same similar talent. For example, a jeweler will be jealous of other jewelers. A mother with children will be jealous of other mothers with children. A teacher will be jealous of other teachers, but there are two exceptions. A teacher will never be jealous of his students exceeding him. He's always going to be proud of the students. And a father or mother will always be proud of their children, even if they excel in the same type of activity. So I or anyone who is blessed with children and their children are better than their own children, the grandchildren, always be very proud. The same is if that child became a rabbi, or I am an investor and my son is an investor and he does better than me, I'll never get jealous. So children and students, we are never getting jealous. In other words, Yaakov, when hearing that his son is going to be above him, he's going to be the king, it does not cause him to be jealous or have an ill feeling of it. However, says the Rabbi, this merely teaches that a person will not become jealous when his son or his student attain a greater degree of prominence than he. However, it is not logical to assume that a father would anticipate his sons ruling over him, in addition to his son's elder brothers, in a matter that they would all be the son's servants and bow down to the ground before him. It's impossible for a father to look forward that one of his sons, it's not the oldest son, it's number 7 or 8 sons, he's going to rule over, they will bow down as servants, including the father. Who is going to look forward to it?
They regularly, the
There are
kings would
commentaries
appoint their
who
successor.
explain
give up the throne.
Rashi's intent based on the statement of
The king would appoint his successor, give up the throne.
Well, you'd
that?
also
While still living, kings while still living.
Let me
step
try
down.
rejoining. I can't hear you guys.
Yeah, and I was going to sit there and say, there was a strong tradition in Egypt and a lot of places, especially if the king lived a long time, that you'd have the successor as co-regent for several years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, wouldn't necessarily hand it over, but would start handing over responsibilities as the king aged. You know, in theory, that should make for a smoother transition. The transition from one ruler to another was never smooth a lot of times.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it seems like it was on my end.
So yeah, like we were saying there, that a living king can hand over the kingdom to a son while still.
No, I can't
living.
hear you guys again. It's like all buggy.
I was going to say, normally it's me, but I can hear zero okay.
You can't? Or Zero, talk again?
Yeah, so the living king that hands over his reign while he's
Really?
still
You can hear him fine?
Yeah.
It's so weird. I have no clue why I would be having that. Anyway, try talking again, Zero.
So it's just all about this succession while the king lives of his son to the throne.
No, it's he keeps timing out for me.
I was going to say you may be trying to tax your internet connection a little too heavy.
I don't know how.
I don't know how either. I know that's me, and I know how it happens with me because I run off my phone. So
let's see.
Of the Medrash, that Yaakov, our patriarch, thought that the resurrection of the dead would take not because through it Yosef would reign and all will bow down to him, for in truth that would bring Yaakov much discomfort, but because he thought that the resurrection of the dead will take place at this time. Accordingly, he was looking forward to the time when Rachel, Yosef's mother, would be resurrected. Here is Harry's point of view. Commentator says, why did Yaakov look forward to it? Not that he is going to bow down to him, to bow down to your son.
Okay.
It's not something looking forward to it.
Try talking now.
Hello, hearing?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you.
So yeah, the previous thing was just about how kings would allow their son or whatever heir to succeed to the throne and step back and, like Graham was saying, kind of be co-regent, but giving the reins over the whole thing of Yaakov allowing, to expect to be bowing down.
Yeah, you definitely see that in the ball cycle as well. Wait, what just happened? Did he just leave again?
yeah, I don't see Zero. I don't know if he dropped or what happened.
Oh, there he is.
Already back? Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
However, the reason is because he felt that maybe Rachel, his mother, is going to come back alive. Oh, there's going to be a resurrection of the dead. And therefore, he looked forward to it. Firstly, it is very difficult to explain Rashi's words in this matter. The Rebbe says it doesn't make sense in Rashi. It's a good drash, but it doesn't make sense in Rashi. For they do not contain any hint to the concept stated in the Medrash, that Yaakov thought the resurrection of the dead would take place in this time. First question is, where does Rashi is talking about resurrection of the dead? There is no place for it. So it's not in the simple text. It doesn't appear in Rashi. Furthermore, the straightforward meaning of his father awaited the matter is that he was looking forward to the fulfillment of the general theme of the dream, and not for an incidental matter that would occur with the dream's fulfillment. In other words, the resurrection of the dead is a side issue, that his mother is going to come back. But the father, it says, waited the dream to be fulfilled, is the main theme of the dream. The main theme of the dream is bowing down. In particular, this is true since according to this understanding, the general import of Yosef's dream did not contain anything special that Yaakov would anticipate. He would only be looking forward to the incidental element of the dream. You say he's looking forward to it. It's not, if it's about the resurrection of the dead, it should say Yaakov awaited his wife to come back alive. But the fact that he is awaiting the fulfillment of the dream refers to actually the main theme of the dream, which is bowing down. Furthermore, based on the explanation given above, Rashi's intent is the direct opposite. Yaakov thought this element of the dream, that Yosef's mother would bow down to him, was one of its meaningless components. Says the Rebbe, I don't understand. According to the Medrash, the only reason Yaakov is looking forward to it is because Rachel is going to come back alive. But according to Rashi's interpretation, this was the false component of the dream. In other words, he knew that it is impossible for Rachel to bow down, which is 180 degrees opposite of the idea of the Medrash, that's the reason he awaited. So therefore, you cannot put the Medrash in Rashi, you cannot make it in a simple text. A, you're talking the main theme is nothing to do with resurrection. B, Rashi says that the reason he doubted or spoke publicly against the dream is because it was a false component to the dream. What's a false component? That Rachel is not alive. According to Medrash, this is the only reason he's looking forward. Based on the above, the question remains, what is the great import of this dream that Yaakov was anticipating? So that's a second main question. What's the big deal that Yaakov was anticipating? He's anticipating bowing down to his son and his brothers, other sons bowing down to a king. It is possible to say that a resolution can be reached through an analysis of the wording of our rabbis who derive from here that there is no dream without meaningless component. Similarly, based on the above explanation, there is only one element of the dream that was not true, that Joseph's mother would bow down to him. If so, the rabbi should have spoken in the singular. There is no dream without a meaningless component, not components. It appears that they were precise in using the plural components. The Rebbe says, let's go back. Our rabbi says that there ain't chalom belo dvarim betelim, not belo davar batel. Dvarim meaning components. In other words, until now we understood that the false component is Rachel bowing down. But Rashi is not using singular, it says dvarim, meaning meaningless. Components refer to more than one. Yaakov thought there were several meaningless components in Joseph's dream. He thought that just as the component that Joseph's mother would bow down to him was meaningless because Yaakov did not know that the matter refers to Bilhah, so too he thought that the prophecy that he would bow down to the ground before Joseph was meaningless. The true meaning of the dream was only that Joseph would ascend to a lofty position to the extent that he would rule over all his brothers, but not that he would also rule over his father, who would prostrate himself on the ground before Yosef. Says the Rebbe, we can explain the following. Yaakov felt that every dream must have some false components, few components that are false. One, Rachel is not alive. Two, Yaakov is not going to bow down. He felt that Yosef is dreaming about leadership, that he's going to be the king, and the brothers will bow down, but not necessarily Yaakov himself. Now we understand why it makes sense that he's looking forward to it, because his son is going to become a king. It is possible to say that this was indeed what happened, that Yaakov's bowing down to Yosef was one of the meaningless components of the dream, for Yaakov did not prostrate himself on the ground before Yosef. All that happened was Israel bowed down in the hand of the bed. The only time Yaakov bowed down is when he's about to die and Yosef enters. It says, "Vayishtachu Israel al rosh hamita." He bowed down to the head of the bed. He didn't prostrate to the ground. In the dream, the sun, moon, and stars are bowing down to the ground. And that is a false component. Has actually happened. This part did not actually happen the way we're reading. On this basis, it is also possible to explain the position of the wording Rashi uses. Joe says it is impossible for you, mother, to come, so too it is the rest of the dream meaningless. He did not say the dream is entirely meaningless. The words Yaakov spoke, although chosen to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons, also alludes to Yaakov's true conception of the dream. That is, Yaakov thought that although the fundamental message, Yaakov's true conception of the dream, that is, Yaakov's hearts of his sons, although chosen to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons, also alludes to Yaakov's true conception of the dream. That is, Yaakov thought that although the fundamental message of the dream would come true, this Yaakov's hearts of his sons, also alludes to Yaakov's true conception of the dream. That is, Yaakov thought that although the fundamental message of the dream would come true, it contains several points that would not necessarily come true. Indeed, in other words, there are
Interesting. But yeah, let's continue. Let's see, where are we? Oof. So, you have any thoughts on that?
I just think that I mean, I guess that's all an after the fact explanation of the elements that didn't happen and turn that into a doctrine.
Yeah.
Kind of thing that he keeps repeating.
I'm more so asked for like your thoughts on what it's talking about, like the whole idea that he would roll over them as opposed to necessarily that they would bow down before them.
Oh, again, I think it's that he's not. For one, it shows that Egypt is a higher house than his house, and that though he's the head of his house, Yaakov, that his son becomes the head of a higher house.
Definitely.
You have the whole, a prophet isn't appreciated in his hometown sort of concept going too.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
All the presaging of or the Christ myth as a rewrite of Joseph, with the 20 pieces of silver, 30 pieces of silver, 12 disciples, 12 brothers, although it's 11, but close.
You almost have the first will be last, the last will be first too.
Yeah.
Interesting connections. So, I mean, it's also interesting because, like, I've kind of been thinking about this for a while, but like, it almost feels like in that same way that one Simeon and Levi video was talking about how each god had like a priestly family that that was responsible for the worship of that god, and it almost makes me think, what if it's something like, I mean, this is totally speculative, but something like Reuben, Rimon. I don't know. It's like some of them are a lot more speculative, but like Shimon, Eshmun, what else is there? Leviathan, or Litanu, like the Leviathan, Yehuda from Yahoo, like Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Was this Don from? Honestly, I'm not even sure.
Is Osarsif, you know that one, Graham? Is that an Egyptian god? Another thing that is connected with Joseph, Osarsif?
I thought that was associated with one of the versions of the Exodus history. I don't think maybe Manetho.
But I mean, you also definitely have to look at the Egyptian system. It's all clearly a graft in with the Egyptian ideas.
Yeah, another interesting thing is that a lot of the names of the priests of the Levim, a lot of the names are are Egyptian in origin.
And they have a matrilineal way with the Egypt instead of the patrilineal.
What do you mean?
The inheritance is through the mother.
Yeah, but you're saying who does?
Who? The Egyptians.
Yeah. Yeah, but not the Levites.
Yeah, I'm just saying that with kind of a different way that Joseph can be ascendant. His mother is who now?
Rachel.
Okay, it is Rachel. Is she in any way connected back? I guess it's Canaanite or Egyptian.
No, her family is Syrian. The Egyptian though is Joseph's wife. What's her name? Osnat or Asnuit. And she was a daughter of the high priest of, I forget which god.
And they think they had the parallel astronomy by that point.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. So, let's see. Let's see where we're going from. Need to check. Second to third, that's 22. All right, so וילכו אחייו לראות את ציון אביהם בשכם. ויאמר ישראל אל יוסף, הלא אחיך ראויים בשכם לך, ואשלחך עליהם. ויאמר לו, הנני. ויאמר לו, לך נראה שלום אחיך ואת שלום הצאן והשיבני. דבר וישלחהו מעמק חברון ויבוא שכמה. וימצאהו איש והנה טועה בשדה וישאלהו האיש לאמור מה תבקש. ויאמר את אחי ואנוכי מבקש. הגידה נא לי איפה הם רואים. ויאמר האיש נסו מזה כי שמעתי אומרים נלך דותי נא. וילך יוסף אחר אחייו וימצאם בדותן. ויראו אותו מרחוק ובטרם ויקרב אליהם ויתנכלו אותו להמיתו. ויאמרו איש אל אחיו, הנה בעל החלומות. הלזה בבתה לכו ונהרגו ונשליכהו באחד הבורות. ואמרנו החיירה אכלתהו ונראה מה יהיו חלומותיו. וישמע ראובן ויצילהו מידם ויאמר לא נקנו נפש. ויאמר נלא אליהם ראובן אל תשפכו דם השליכו אותו אל הבאור הזה אשר במדבר. וידע תשלחו בו למען החצילותו מידם להשיבו אל אביו. And when his brothers were pasturing the or tending the flocks, their father's flocks in Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, your brothers are tending in are herding in Shechem. Go and send go and I will send you upon them, and you will and and you will say to them, behold. And you will say to them, please come and see the peace of your brothers and the peace of the flock. Is there another context to shalom? The completeness, soundness, the welfare. Interesting. The welfare of the flock. And hashiveni, bring me and return back with the word. And so he sent him from the valley of Hebron, and he went to Shechem. And he was found by a man, and behold, Toed, who was wandering in the field, and he asked him. The man asked him, saying, "What are you seeking?" And he said, "My brothers, I am seeking. Tell me, please, where are they? Where are they pasturing?" Oh, interesting. So he must know this guy. Otherwise, why would he ask? And he doesn't even specify who they are. And the man said, travel from this or from here, because I heard them say, I heard them saying they were going to Dotaina, to Dothan. Interesting. I wonder why it's Dotaina.
Any significance to their choice of wordage for the man, or is that just standard wordage?
Just the standard word verbiage. Why?
Another mystery figure, angelic idea. You saying?
Yeah, though that's what I was thinking. Is why
it occurred to me, but I don't think this is the case here.
It's you wonder if they don't name somebody why they don't, and that usually carries a higher level significance tag.
We could look at commentary. They're going to Dothan, are literally going Dotaina to Dothan, and he went, and Joseph went after his brothers, and he found them in Dothan. Let's see commentary.
What kind of a diviner? It's some augury. What? Go to the oracle. Yeah. With remote view. See, remote viewing.
Let's see. Wait, what?
They seem to be interpreting it as an angel.
Let's see.
Like I said, if a diviner, maybe kind of.
Perhaps Joseph did not understand the warning properly. Our sages say, who had the benefit of hindsight, were able to interpret the words of the quote unquote man as a warning. Joseph, who was not blessed with such hindsight, had no reason to see a dire warning in these harmless sounding words. He merely understood that his brothers had not only left Shechem, but the whole district. The reason the man, what's it say about the man? When the Torah writes, Joseph went after his brothers and he found them in Dothan. This is in order, then, had Joseph understood the veiled warning of the man, that the Torah should have written, Joseph followed his brothers to Dothan and found them. Joseph searched for his brothers, seeing that the man had not been precise about their present location. As a result of his search, Joseph found his brothers in Dothan. Our sages' interpretation of what occurred is perfectly in order, i.e., that the Torah reveals that the angel who spoke to Joseph had given him a veiled warning. Okay, but where is it? How do we know that it's an angel? Where does it say?
It's the fact that he's unnamed.
Up higher in the commentary than that?
Let's see.
I think a man in the field, isn't that the same way the angel that wrestled Yaakov was described?
Wait, one second. A man, by now Joseph was lost. Please tell me, how did Joseph know the stranger knew where his brothers were to be found? He did not ask the man if he knew. He only asked him to reveal his knowledge. Perhaps Joseph concluded from the word lomer, which the stranger used, that he had some information that was useful for Joseph. Since there was no one else around, why would the stranger have used the word lomer to say before asking, what do you seek? It doesn't. This doesn't really.
I mean, they seem to be using the same logic that I was, is you're not going to insert an unnamed person and unless it's some sort of, messenger or angel. But that's just the rule that I learned. I don't know where that tradition started.
Yeah, it's like the Son of Man tradition, probably. Which, it predates Jesus, obviously.
Same thing with
Well,
Yaakov.
not if you take the eternal Jesus tag.
That'd be Christ, not Jesus.
I know. Sorry, Zero, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying it's the same thing with Yaakov meeting. It seems like it's also said met a man in the field.
Interesting. I think you might be right.
In the electromagnetic field, I guess. Yeah, 0 point energy. Talking to the scarecrows, they are.
Yeah, I can't find it. I don't think. Let's see. Is there? Yeah, I can't find anything about. Wait. The angel was. They have moved away from here quite some time ago. Rashi interprets the expression as not referring to physical distance, but as referring to the bonds of brotherliness. The man, angel Gabriel, did not tell him in this so many words, for he had done so. Joseph certainly would have not continued on this way. The angel used a double entendre, which could be interpreted in one of two ways, both interpretations which would correspond to the truth. The principal reason our sages interpret this is that all an angel had to say was they went to Dotan. The introductory words they had moved away from here were quite irrelevant and therefore must be intended to teach us something additional. Interesting. So apparently it was Gabriel. According to tradition, at least.
Yeah, how they get that, I don't know.
It's just laid on. Gabriel, what's his role as an angel?
He's like a messenger. He, in a lot of ways, he actually kind of fulfills the role of the Logos prior to Jesus.
I thought some people would argue that Michael did, but
no. So that's the idea of Jesus as like the right hand of God. Gabriel is the Logos.
Okay, gotcha.
Like within more of a Greek understanding of Logos. Like the messenger.
No, I hear you. I see what you're saying.
But yeah, Michael's. I get where you're going with that. It's different aspects of him. More like the idea of like the Prince of the Angels.
One of the many Yahwehs.
Yeah. Let's see, where are we? All right. And he called to them. Wait. Oh no! And they saw him from far away, and before he drew close to them, Nachal Yit Tanach Nachal. They deceived, or they conspired. Oto lehamito. They conspired against him to kill him. Wait, so where's what they said? Let's go to. So how is he supposed to understand before that they were planning on killing him. I heard them say, "Let us go to Dothan." It seems
Because the angel warned him. It was, yeah.
How is that a warning?
According to the commentary, it was the veiled warning of they've moved away from here, i.e., their hearts are now away from Joseph, and they are now intending to do him harm. Clearly, heavily implied by the angel. Yeah, right.
Who is clearly Gabriel? Huh?
Exactly. You got to go with tradition, right? You got to go with the sources.
Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Tradition. But yeah, I mean, it makes more sense where they literally say they're going to, we're conspiring to kill him. And what is this? Where are we? And they said, a man to his brother, behold, Baal HaChalamot. Interesting. Here comes the master of dreams. That's interesting. I wonder what Halazeba. Here he comes. Why do you think it uses the word Baal here?
They're taunting him by saying that, he was going to rule over him. It's like, here comes the ruler of dreams.
Yeah, but I don't know, it feels interesting that they would use Baal in this part to refer to him.
Yeah, Lord of Dreams.
Here it says, here it just translates it, they meant the one who told us about his dreams in order to make us angry. They meant that Joseph doesn't say anything about Baal or master. It's so fascinating how they kind of translate it out. Just translates as dreamer.
Well, I think some of those translators get scared anytime they see the word Baal.
Baal. Ooh. Boo. Baal. Boo. It's pretty funny because Baal and, the God of the Bible are actually pretty similar. Well, actually, Baal might be a bit nicer. I don't know, it's arguable. But let's see, where are we? And now let us go and let us kill him, and we will throw him, cast him into one of the borot, I mean, pit, well, or cistern, but some like a borehole. It's basically you bore into the ground. Actually, I wonder, where does that word come from? Bore etymology. Boring hole. Pierce or penetrate. Bore, auger, buron. Interesting. From bore. So to bore, root meaning hole, with verbal form bur, to pierce or strike. Now, is there any connotation back here? I wonder. Holy shit. I think there might be a connection there.
I'm listening. What do you see?
So, bore, let's see. It can mean cistern. Let's see. Those going down. One's pit. So like pit, dungeon, cistern. Cistern containing water made by digging. Hole or hollow. Okay, wait. Buru. Assyrian burtum. Let's see. So then, bore, it all forms all or parts of bore, to drill through, perforate, boris, borin, foraminifera, foraminus, interfere, interference, perforate, and perforation. It is the hypothetical source of evidence for its existence is provided by Greek phareo, to I plow, Latin ferire, to strike or knock, forare, to bore or pierce, Lithuanian barti, to scold, accuse, forbid, Old Church Slavonic bario, to fight, strike, brati, to fight, Russian borot, to overpower, Albanian bream, hole, Old English borian, to bore through, perforate, Old Norse beria, to beat, hit, Old High German berian, to hit, pound, or knead. Honestly, it seems like there might be some connection, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was going to say Zero's backstage, but I'm going to get slightly more boring and sit there and say that what you're describing there sounds like the cisterns that a lot of the again, Nabateans were famous for, but a lot of those the people of the desert there had, where they would basically hollow out cisterns, cover them with rocks, very narrow opening where only they would know of it, of the opening in the cistern, and that's where they would water their their camels or their flocks and stuff. And that that has echoes of what I'm hearing here as well. Again, normally I get more highfalutin than that, but a little more basic tag.
Yeah, so let's see. Oh, just real quick, it can also mean fallow or uncultivated land, which seems to have that connotation also in wow. I think I might have yeah.
So I think it's a parallel symbolism, whether intended or later, but it seems the journey into the underworld for rebirth is relating with Osiris, and then the Christ version of going into the underworld, dying.
Definitely good catch, Zero.
Being reborn as, coming back out of the womb of Mother Earth, the waters. So it's kind of like a reincarnation back into the womb, the whole thing of being buried, returning to the womb tomb.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, I'm just trying to
I was wondering if it has a time period that he's down in there.
What was the question again?
Is there a time period given for how long he's down in there before?
Who?
Joseph down in the underworld in the pit.
I'm not sure.
I don't remember them having one, but
whether it's a 3 days again or not, yeah, or some multiple.
Yeah, we're going to have another interesting insertion here. I don't know if it's going to be this Parshah or the next one, but where you have the he ends up being sold twice on his way to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, where would it be? Would it be mountains, rivers? No.
You relating any of those Boer words to underworld or?
I'm trying to find. Let's see. Where can I find the
Core mountain underworld?
Oh, here.
And also, you're talking about auguring down and connection with augury, divination.
Well, here's another connection I just put together. Since they hollow those out and they make cisterns out of them, and if they put them in there, that would make them that it's fresh water they store in there, and it's the underworld, so that could have a tie into the whole Apsu concept with Enki or Ea tag.
Yep, because the fresh water down there, whereas the salt water is around. Yeah.
All right, I think I might have found it. Let's see, where is it? Is it here? Be'er means well, masculine and bor means cistern. It's also a synonym for Sheol in Isaiah.
There you go, underworld, right?
Yeah. I don't know if I can find anything else on it, but here, let's go back. So, let's see. Let's throw him into one of the wells or one of the cisterns, and we'll say that like a vicious or an evil animal consumed him or ate him, and that we saw what happened to the dreamer, or and we will see what will happen of his dreams. But when Reuben heard, Vayatzilehu, he came to the rescue, or he came to rescue him from their hands. Wait, Vayatzilehu miyadam. Oh wow, that's a direct parallel with where's my phone? With the Vihisham Atzilenu miyadam. But in that case, it's God, not another man. So he came to save him from their hands, and said, "Do not nachakeu nefesh. Do not kill. Do not take his life." That's honestly the best translation, even though it's not a direct one. And they said to him, and Reuben said to them, Reuben to them kept saying, do not spill out blood, and do not cast him into the pit, into the cistern that is in the wilderness. But what are you saying? He's saying cast him into this cistern that is in the desert, and v'yad el, and do not send out your hand to him. Al tishlachu bo. Interesting. So this is the same language that's used in a 𝐤𝐅𝐿 that one of the papers I was reading was saying is actually militaristic in nature, and that the way, so like to send out your hand against someone is to to harm them, and so in the way that the 𝐤𝐅𝐿 sends out her hands to people, it's actually to aid them. So it's going on this reversal of this dualism. Let's see. So, and do not send out your hand against him, so that he could rescue him from their hands, to return him to his father. So Reuben, honestly, I don't get why he lost the birthright. Like, actually, no. I mean, you might sleep with your father's concubine, but like you also saved his son, so I feel like that should count for something. I mean, it's yeah.
Call it a wash at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's objectively really gross, but it doesn't change the fact that like he kind of did something that he didn't really have to do. I mean, it's good that he did though.
Sex rather than violence. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So here, let me take another quick break just to give my throat a quick break. So.
And he showed he was a good businessman. Why kill him when you can turn a profit on him?
What does Reuben's name mean?
Reuven, like Reuven, wait. I think it means God has seen me and given me a son, like re'ui, like has seen. I have been seen, and then I think it's part of a longer. Let me see. Reuben etymology. Behold a son, Reuben. So literally see a son.
To us, the Rebbe says, Yaakov, when he rebukes Yosef, he says, Abo navo ani ve'imcha ve'achecha. He is referring to the false components. A mother, be father, are we going to bow down to you? Indeed, because there is no dream without meaningless components, it was necessary that it contains several such components. Therefore, Yaakov used the wording that would not include any falsehood. It is obvious that although Yaakov desired to remove the matter from the hearts of his sons, he would not make false statements for that purpose. In other words, Yaakov is not going to lie. Yaakov, when he rebukes Yosef, he just points out some components that are actually false. And the brothers did not know that it is a needed component to make a dream true. Thus, by saying, so too is the rest of the dream meaningless, Yaakov was telling the truth. He meant that the dream contained other meaningless components in addition to the particular point that Joseph's mother would come. Nevertheless, his sons were led to understand from his words that the dream was entirely meaningless.
You
I saw war. I saw bombing.
This is Rabbi David Foreman, and welcome to Parashat Vayechi. Parashat Vayechi is the occasion for an apparently odd.
Wait, what? No, oops. I don't know where they're going with that, but this seems like it will be interesting to watch once we get to that. Let's see. Vayeshev. Oh, here, wait. Where's something about the pit? I just saw this. Here.
Brothers. And I'm searching for my brothers. And it has a double meaning, obviously. I'm searching for them physically, but I'm also looking for them. I'm looking for their brother. I'm looking for them to be brothers. I know they don't like me. I'm looking for my brothers. The man says, they left here. I heard them say we're going to go to a place called Dosan. He finds them in a place called Dosan. Now, the commentaries point out, why did the brothers leave where they were originally and go to Dosan? Because they anticipated Yosef coming to look for them, and they knew that if he comes to look for them, they're gonna want to hurt him. So they said, let's get out of here so he doesn't even find us. So their first attempt is just get away. And then in Pasuk Yud Ches, Vayiru Osam Meirachok, they see him from a distance. And again, it has a double layer of meaning. The first level is they see him physically from a distance, and it's also they see him physically from a distance. Their brothers should be a little closer, and they're very distant from him. Uviterim Yikrav Aleim, before he even got them, Vayiznaklos Olamiso, they plotted to kill him. There's one opinion that they said, the Medrash says they sent dogs after him. They set the dogs on him from a distance. In always remember in halacha always regards something indirect with less stringency as something direct, which means like this. If I do something, if I walk over to someone and I damage him, so the halacha is if you damage somebody directly, you punch somebody or you put a brick through his window, you do something direct damage. So the halacha is that direct damage, you have to pay him for it. You are directly liable. If something is indirect in halacha, indirect is always regarded as less severe than direct. So for example, the classic example in the Gemara is you have a chicken coop and I see a cougar loitering outside your chicken coop and I put a ladder up against your chicken coop and the cougar climbs up and he eats all the chickens. That's not actionable in Beis Din You can't take me to court for that. Can't take me to court for that. Because there, it's indirect. Now, I am liable in what's called midine shamayim. That means by heavenly law, if I want to fulfill the heavenly obligation, I have to pay you. But you can't take me to court. If I decide, listen, heaven can wait is the title. You know, I'm not worried about heaven. You worry about your heaven. I'll worry about my heaven. I owe you money or I don't owe you money. Basin says it's not actionable. I'll deal with heaven. You take care. You worry about your heaven. I'll worry about my heaven. So a person that I have an obligation to what do you call it? I have an obligation to pay. This you get in this in monetary law. You get this all the time. It could be in traffic. It could be you could cause an accident with to pay. This you get in this in monetary law. You get this all the time. It could be you get in this in monetary law. You get this all. So what do you call it? I have an obligation to pay. This you get in this in monetary law. You get this all the time.
Hedonism, what?
It could be in traffic. It could be you could cause an accident. Obligation to pay. This you get in this in obligation to what do you call it? I have an obligation to pay. This you get in this in monetary law. You get this all the time. It could be
Is Yedonism another name for monetary law?
Was an
That's what
accident
he's talking
without
about.
being involved directly in the
I
accident.
don't
It was
know.
a very
It's just funny because it sounded like he said Yedin, which is a town where some of my family's from, like back in the old country.
but
It's not what he said. It just sounded like it.
Judgment call. How direct does it have to be? Let's say you come swerving into my lane, but you never touch my car. So I swerve over and I take out somebody's what do you call it? So I go right through somebody's window because I swerved to avoid you coming in. Now, if you pushed my car, that's direct damage. If you swerve into my lane, so then there are also others that argue, well, it's also a form of direct damage because I had no choice. You left me no choice. What if you only made a move that you kind of drove past me and you kind of faked? Like you're sticking around. You faked the car, but you never crossed your line into my lane. So then you're going to get an argument. Is that direct damage or that's not direct damage? You understand? So when it comes to killing people, it's the same thing. They're saying there's a difference between killing somebody or somebody's in a pit and you pull the ladder out of the pit. Now the guy starves to death. That's indirect damage. It's an indirect act of killing. It's not as severe.
Yeah, but if
so the first thing the brothers want to do is, let's not. Now the Gemara says if you take a snake, there's one to be take a snake or a dog, and you take the snake and you actually hold the snake and stab somebody with the snake's teeth. There's one opinion in the Gemara that you're guilty. It's like stabbing him with a knife. You actually stab the guy. If I just sick a dog on somebody without actually actively putting my hands on the dog and, somehow getting the dog, that's indirect damage. That's not direct damage. So the first thing they try to do is sick the dogs on it. And according to the Medrash, the dogs leave him alone. It's already an indication that the dogs leave him alone. That's the Medrash. Vayomer Isha Lachiv. So they said to each other, this is Shimon talking to Levi through process of elimination. The Rashi says that Shimon says to Levi, Hine bala chalomos alazoah. The dreamer is coming. And the commentaries say, well, that also is a double layer, man. The brothers are saying he's a dreamer. And the Torah is telling you, yeah, we're going to see down the line. This is the guy who is he's an expert at dream interpretation. We're going to see down. He is the bala chalomos. He is the guy who is capable of interpreting dreams. They don't realize what they're saying, but ultimately that's it. Now listen very carefully, because now things are going to get very, very, there's some fundamentals here. Let's kill him. We'll chuck him into a pit. We'll say that he was eaten by an animal. Then we'll see what will be with his dreams. Right now, the Ramban says that was them talking. I say, well, let's kill him, throw him into a pit, then we'll see about his dreams of being a king. And Rashi says, no. Rashi, quoting the Medrash, says, let's kill him and throw him into a pit. And then a heavenly voice comes out and says, we'll see what's going to be with his dreams. You think you're going to put an end to it, but we'll see, because these dreams are going to come true. Okay, so there are different opinions. Now, the brothers, let's go with the plain meaning of the verse. They're going to kill him and throw him into a pit. And their goal is to throw him into a pit and see what happens is if he's killed by bandits, so you would expect the first thing the bandits are going to take is that cloak. But if they've thrown into a pit and he's eaten by a weasel or a mangu, whatever it is that eats dead bodies in a pit, then you're going to be left with a bloody cloak. Then they could come home and show the father the bloody cloak, and he'll know that he wasn't murdered for his possessions, otherwise the cloak wouldn't be there. So he'll assume that he was killed by a wild animal. Now listen carefully. Vayishma Reuben vayatzileo miyadam. Reuben hears and he decides he's going to save him. Vayomer lo nakenu nefesh. Let's not kill him directly. Pay attention carefully, gentlemen. This is the one we want to get to. Vayomer aleim Reuben, al tishbechu dam. Don't spill his blood. Hashlichu oso labor hazeh asher bamidbar. Throw him into this pit. V'yad al tishlechu bo. Don't set your hands on him. And why did Reuben say this? Leman hatzil oso miyadam lashuvo alaviv. Reuben's plan was to save him. Reuben was going to have him thrown into the pit, double back, save him, and bring him back to the father. Okay, now, listen, we're going to go back 3 more psukim, then we're going to come back to this. When Yosef got to the brothers, Vayafshitu es Yosef.
What is?
Oh, saying that Reuben's plan was to go back and circle back and save him later.
No, it was. It says it right there.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
The son with sight.
Listen.
I know he wanted to save him from death. I didn't think he wanted to return him. Okay.
And Reuben went on, shed no blood, cast him into the pit out in the wilderness, but do not touch him yourselves. And that's under the quote. Intending to save him from them and bring him back to his father.
Okay.
I mean, you could say it's for alternative reasons, but it never says that. All it does say is like he's the oldest brother. He's looking out for his little brother because he saw like he knew all of them when they were little, babies.
Okay. No, I was sort of going with the idea of you didn't want to spill the blood of one of your family members because that kind of got Cain into a sticky situation. Okay.
It could be that as well, but he never says like, don't do it for your own sake. He just says don't do it so that you can make money. But then he's and it directly says, and he's planning on going back later.
Because he sees the son.
I am corrected. Thank you.
No worries.
Also, I think it would kind of defile the cistern, the blood.
What?
I would think the blood would defile the cistern.
Oh, I thought you were saying the sister. I'm like, well, what's Dina have to do with it? She's already been defiled by the Shechemites.
And then he shall, Yaakov and Esav, his hands shall be upon you, your hands shall be upon him. Again, with the putting the hands.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
They remove the cloak and the cloak of many colors. So Rashi says, well, they remove the outer cloak and the cloak of many colors. But it could also be read as the first thing is what's bothering them more than anything else. As soon as Yosef gets there, let's get that ridiculous cloak off of you first. Get that thing off. That thing has been bothering us for years. Get that thing off. Right? So they take off the cloak. They chuck him into a pit. The pit is empty. There's no water in it. So Rashi, quoting the Gemara, says, well, if a pit is empty, then obviously what? There's no water. Why is it double terminology? The pit is empty, there's no water. So Rashi says, fourth line of Rashi in the right column, fourth line, last 3 words. From the fact that it says the pit is empty. Don't I know there's no water in it? You said it's an empty pit. So why does the Torah emphasize there's no water? Answers Rashi, again, it's straight out of the Gemara. Mayim einbo. You're right, it was empty from water. But poisonous snakes got snakes and scorpions in it. What's going on here? So first of all, let's just assume that they saw, that they knew, and they saw that there are snakes and scorpions in the pit. Let's assume that. So what sense does it make to throw him into a pit full of snakes? Let's not kill him. Let's throw him into a pit full of snakes and scorpions. Well, what do you think is going to happen? As a matter of fact, given a choice, I think most people would say, please kill me. Don't throw me into a snake full of pits of snakes and scorpions. Land them into it. I mean, what could be worse? So, okay, we'll throw him into the pit. Okay, so it's slightly indirect, but he's going to get killed anyway. So why does Reuven say this? Why does Reuven say this? So the answer is like this. You see, there's a very big philosophical question. A very famous philosophical question. You have free choice, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, on Rosh Hashanah, there is a decree. What's going to happen to a person in the course of the year? Well, let's just say Reuven, not Reuven here, we're just using the proverbial Reuven. Let's say there is a decree that we'll call let's call him something else because we don't want to use it. Let's say we have a person named Esav. Okay, we'll call him Esav. That's a good. Now there's a decree that Esav should live out the year. God on Rosh Hashanah seals Esav is going to live out the year. Comes along Haman, and Haman now wants to use his free choice to kill Esav. Now, free choice is a fundamental, right? Can you use your free choice to override God's decree? You could try. You say no. You say you could try. You say yeah. You say yes.
I'd also say no.
You'd say no. Okay. So
free choice within boundaries almost.
Free choice within boundaries, meaning that you can't use your free choice to override God's decree. You have free choice, but it's within boundaries, meaning you can't override God's decree. Your free choice is limited by God's decree. Okay. So it's a very, very provocative question. So there's an Orach Chaim here. Now the Orach Chaim says like this. What was Reuven's plan? Reuven's plan was like this. He said, look, the brothers have free choice. If Yosef is not deserving to die, they could still kill him by exercising their free choice. So what Reuven says is, I want to get him out of their hands. Says, Laman hatziloso miyodam, get him out of the brother's hands and put him back under God's jurisdiction. Lahashivo el aviv, to return him to his father. Which father? So the plain meaning of the text is to save him, to bring back the Yaakov Avinu. So they say, no, I want to put him under the direct jurisdiction of God. Let God decide. How do you do that? Wild animals, wildlife has no free choice. Animals they only kill if they're decreed to kill. So Reuven says, look, let's take him away from the brothers because the brothers are going to use their free choice and Yosef might not deserve to die. Let's put him into a snake full of pits.
Is this how you end up with the snake Pentecostal cults?
Yeah.
A snake full of pits.
It's a step along the way, at least.
Let's put him into a pit full of snakes. And if we put him into a pit full of snakes, which, by the way, somebody who speaks Lashon Hara is compared to a snake, right? Somebody who speaks Lashon Hara is compared to a snake. As a matter of fact, it says he's thrown to the snakes. And a person who speaks Lashon Hara is like a snake. He's like a snake biting. Let's put him, our claim is that he spoke Lashon Hara, right? That's our claim. Let's put him into the pit. If the snakes kill him, he deserves to die. Obviously, God would kill. But if not, then he's innocent. Then I could take him to snakes. If he's innocent, he won't die. Then I could take him home, bring him back to Yaakov Avinu. And so Reuven's plan is, now why? Because Reuven, according to the Orach Chaim, Reuven is holding by the idea that you could use your free choice to overcome the decree. Now that's the opinion of the Orach Chaim. Others disagree. The Vilna Gaon and others disagree. And it's the prohibition of revenge. You're not allowed to take revenge. Why? Torah says it's a prohibition, one of the 365 prohibitions. You're not allowed to take revenge. Why not? What's wrong with taking revenge? It's logical. Revenge is logical. You put a brick through my window, I put a brick through your window. What's that? It never is. That's true. It could always escalate and lead to other more violent. Okay, but let's say a guy cut you off on the highway. And I just was in a cab the other day. It wasn't my idea, but I won't say I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't my idea. But a guy was driving. I was being very irritating on the street. My cab driver was getting upset. So finally, he was able to kind of close the guy off on the side so the guy could get back into traffic. The cab driver's day was made because he finally got his revenge. What's wrong with it? The guy messed you up, so you messed him up. And it didn't escalate. You just went and drove out. What's wrong with it? Oh, very good, Eric. You're not more than your play with. What you're saying is the reason that I'm suffering is because of him. He's not the source of your suffering. The source of your suffering is God. He's only the vehicle to bring about that suffering. And the Sefer HaChinuch goes so far as to say, nothing could happen to you. No one can hurt you in any way if God decides they're not going to hurt you. Now, the Orach Chaim doesn't say that. It's a very big there on two different, most of our philosophical works, anyone that you'll find in Judaism that discusses the subject, goes with the second opinion. That if there's a decree, God doesn't want anything bad to happen. It's not going to happen. The guy who has his free choice, like Joe said, he could try. So he pulls out a gun to ready to shoot you, the gun will jam. Or the guy will have a heart attack on the spot, right? Or suddenly he'll get a phone call. You know, something can happen, it's going to stop him. Now, Rav Dessler explains it. I once went through Rav Dessler, he has an explanation how it all works together. So how do you, according to that opinion, how do you reconcile free choice with a decree? But you do have free choice. Rav Dessler says, if I understood it correctly, and it's just a major oversimplification, he says, well, let's say Reuben's going to use his free choice to kill somebody. Now, God knows in advance what his free choice is going to be. Even though he has free choice, God knows. So God knows everything in advance. So since he knows Reuben on January 1st is going to decide to kill somebody, he'll put Shimon, who deserves to die, right in front of Reuben, so Reuben will kill Shimon, that sort of thing. So obviously it's much more complex. That's how he reconciles it. The bottom line is Reuben wants to get him out of this pit in order to go and save him and bring him back to Yaakov Avinu. But Reuben's thinking, I got to get him, according to the Orach Chaim, Reuben's saying, I got to get him out of the hands of the people with free choice. That's too dangerous for him. The people with free choice, that could be really bad. Now, by the way, there was a story in Israel, so a story going on years ago. There was a woman who was known as a big Lashon Hara lady, a balas Lashon Hara. And the Gemara says that in the future, God's going to say to the serpent, God's going to take the serpent to task and say, why did you get involved in biting people or doing? I forgot what the word says. It's going to take the serpent to task. You didn't even get any pleasure. Why did you? I forgot what the serpent. I just remember the serpent's answer is going to be, and what pleasure does the Baal Lashon Hara get? People who speak Lashon Hara don't get any pleasure either. And deserve to be thrown to the snakes, right? Because you're like, the serpent's answer is going to be, and what pleasure does the Baal Lashon Hara get? People who speak Lashon Hara don't get any pleasure either, and deserve to be thrown to the snakes, right? Because you're like a snake. You bite and you get no pleasure. There's no physical, tangible pleasure when you speak Lashon Hara. There's no pleasure in it. It's just absolute nastiness. So there's a story in Israel years ago. This woman who was known as a gossiper, a real Lashon Hara lady, she died. They buried her. And after the burial, one of the members of the Chevra Kadisha realized he's missing his wallet. He had a lot of money in his wallet, $10,000. He had to make a payment on his daughter's wedding or something. He had cash, a big bundle of cash. He didn't know where it could be, and the only place he could think of is it must have fallen into the grave. So he went to a Rav. Now, the halakha is you can't open a grave once it's been closed. And they went to the Rav, and under the circumstances, because it was a big loss, a potential big loss, the Rav said that you could open the grave and get a quick look in and see if the wallet is there. Okay, so he goes to the cemetery. They open the grave up, and they see here's this woman who's this balas Lashon Hara. She died, and these 3 thick snakes wrapped around her body, squeezing as hard as they can. Squeezing. True story. Well, it's true that the story was circulating. The story was circulating years ago. The story was circulating this way. It was surrounded by with a snake. I told the story to my kids, I think, right before they went to sleep at night. You know, that's a great story. They haven't spoken Lashon Hara in about 20 years. That's one of those stories that stays with you for a while. So I got the heebie-jeebies when there was a heebie-jeebie story. So part of the reason that Yosef
or in his case, the Hebrew-jeebies,
is because of this comparison. All right, now the brothers then sit down, and again, we're going to come to something very puzzling here. So they put him in the pit. And again, there are different opinions. There's another opinion that they didn't see the snakes in the pit. Whatever it is, Vayeshev lechol lechem. They sit down to eat bread as if nothing happened. It's considered very crass. You just executed a guy. Just hear you. Vayisu einayim, vayiru einay orchas Ishmael ba migilad. This is one of the most puzzling Rashis in all of Chumash, gentlemen. They see a caravan of Yishmaelim coming from Gilad. Ugmaleim nosim nechos utzri velot. Their camels were carrying How does he translate these? These are various fragrances or spices. They were carrying spices, balsam, and lotus. I'm not sure what lotus is, but I like the word. Right? Balsam,
Seriously?
spices, lotus. They're going to take it down to Egypt.
Maybe blue lotus?
So the brothers said, you know what, let's sell them to the Ishmaelites. Vayomer Yehuda Elachav, ma betza ki naragas achin. Let's not kill our brother.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. I mean, why would they be taking lotus down to Egypt?
Because Egypt's using it up.
I thought they were producing it.
Imagine so, but maybe another cultivar.
Fair. Let's see. So, where are we?
Or they could just be traders who trade in those sorts of things too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. Vayehi kasher ba Yosef el Achiav vayafshitu et Yosef et kutonato et ketonet hapasim asher alav ויקחוהו וישליכו אותו הבורה והבור אין בו מים וישובו לאכול לחם ויישאו עיניהם ויראו והנה אורחת ישמעאלים בא מגלעד וגמליהם נושאים נכות וצורי ולוט הולכים להוריד מצרימה ויאמר יהודה אל אחיו מה בצע כי נהרוג את אחינו וכיסינו את עמו לכו ונמכרנו לישמעאלים וידנו על דהי בו כי אחינו בשערינו הוא וישמעו אחיו ויעברו אנשים מידיינים סוחרים וימשכו ויעלו את יוסף מן הבור וימכרו את יוסף לישמעאלים ב20 כסף ויביאו את יוסף מצרימה וישב ראובן אל הבור והנה אין יוסף בבור ויקרע את בגדיו וישב אל אחיו ויאמר הילד איננו ואני ענני בא ויקחו את כתונת יוסף וישחטו שעיר עזים ויטבלו את הכתונת בדם וישלחו את כתונת הפסים ויביאו אל אביהם ויאמרו זאת מצאנו הכתונת בנך ימלוא ויקירה ויאמר כתונת בני חיה רעה אכלתהו טורף יוסף. Let me just make sure. Oh, okay. $38. That's weird. 38. Okay. So it goes to 33. So it was 11 each one. Let's see. So we start here. So, and Reuben said, do not spill it. Oh, wait. And so as Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped Joseph of his ketonet, of his tunic, and the let's see. It doesn't say ve, so et keton, they stripped him of it et keton kutonto, of his cloak, et ketonet hapasim asher alav, the ketonet hapasim that he was. Yeah, it's just emphasizing the ornamental one. It's the same one, but some people interpret it as being two different ones. And they took him, and they threw him into the bora, into the cistern, the pit, the empty pit, or the pit was empty, and did not have any water. And when they sat down to eat bread, they lifted up their eyes, and they saw and beheld orachot, a caravan, a traveling company of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead or Gilad, and their camels they were upon, or no, their camels were bearing or carrying nechot, spice, perhaps tragacanth gum. Interesting. Utseri, balsam. What is this? I think it's also like, yeah, I forget exactly what type. It's a type of resin though. And then velot, and then lot is labdanum, I'm pretty sure. It's also the where the name lot comes from. Yeah, it's a cistus rose. It's a rock rose, I think. Is that what it's called? I forget. Coming and going down to Egypt. And Judah said to his brothers, what is our profit, or what profit? What is the profit that we kill our brother and cover and cover ourselves in his blood? So the one making the argument you're talking about is actually Judah. It's not Reuben. Reuben's just doing it because he seems to be a good guy, except for being a bit of a randy goat.
Yeah, gotcha. I was gonna say I'm glad I just didn't make that story up in my head. I thought I remembered that in there somewhere.
Yeah. Let's see. Let us go and let us make profit or sell him to the Ishmael. I almost said Ishmaelites and Israelites. Honestly, because it's Yisrael, and then people preserve. Well, no, it's like Yisrael becomes Israel, and then Ishmael becomes Ishmael. So it seems like at the very least that No, it's relatively similar. Never mind. To the Ishmaelites, and but our hand do not let it be on. Wait. But let our hand not be on him because he's our brother. He is our brother and our flesh, and he and their and his brothers agreed, yeah. And they crossed over, or when the Midianite people crossed over. Interesting. So there's a tradition that I forget exactly what it is, but something that's like Midianim. I forget what it is, but it's something like Ishmaelites, Midianites, Socharim. I do not remember. There was like 3 different groups that they said. I do not remember now. Dang it.
So that they do use both names here?
Oh, wait.
Ishmaelites and Midianites? Because I had always heard it referred to as Midianites.
Wait, so it's Potiphar. The people it was sold to, it was Potiphar, Pasim. That's what it was. So Pasim, one tradition is that Pasim is it's Potiphar, who he's sold to, Pasim, the Sochrim, Pasim, the Ishmaelites, and the Midianim. So first he sold to the Midianites. So then yeah. So okay. So Vayavru Anashim. So when the Midianite traders passed by, they drew up from out of the pit Joseph, and they sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites. So notice this. So he's first sold to the Midianites. Mem is last of Pasim. Then you have the Ishmaelites. So then the Yud. So Mem Yud. Then he's sold to the Sochrim. Like, I mean, the Sochrim it's kind of just within here, but it gets added in. So basically it's Pasim backwards. And then when he gets to Egypt, he's sold to Potiphar. But and they sold Joseph to Ishmaelites for 20 silver, 20 pieces of silver. And that's the tradition of why Jewish firstborn boys have to be like ritually redeemed. It's not like literal, but redeemed. It's called a pidyon ben. Basically, you have to pay like 20 pieces of silver to the priest, and that I forget what ends up happening with it, but it's like it's ritual. I think you get it back, but it's just the ritual that you like pass it to them. And then it's like that you're redeeming a child of Israel for what happened on account of I forget. So it would be interesting to talk more about it when I'm more awake. But anyway, for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph to Egypt, and Reuben returned to the pit and beheld that there was no Joseph in the pit. And he was rakah. And he tore up his clothing, like in distress. And he returned to his brothers and said, "The boy is gone now, and I am what am I going to now? What am I now? Where am I going? Or I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me there. And they took the ketonet of Joseph, and they Ishchatu. They slaughtered. Oh yeah, I should have gotten that. I'm just so tired. They slaughtered Seir Izim, goat kid. Seir. Wait, is that right? Izim Seir. Wait, like a satyr or like a goat, and then Izim. Why is it Seir? A hairy goat, maybe a hairy she goat. I'm not sure. And they dipped the ketonet in the blood. That's also kind of interesting how it's like similar to Passover. And they sent the ketonet, they sent the ketonet hapasim. Yeah, here you have Mitzrayim, or what was it? Midianim, Ishmaelim, Sochrim, and Potiphar. They had the Ketona Pasim sent to him, and they brought it to their father. Wait, Vayishlachu et Ketona. That doesn't make sense. They had it. They sent it away, but then they brought it. Why didn't they just say they brought it? That's interesting. I wonder if there's commentary. They brought it to their father, and they said, "This is what we found." Hakarna. Please acknowledge, or please recognize that this ketonet, this tunic, is your son's. He is not with us. Wait, is it his or not? Sorry. And they and he recognized it, and he said, "The ketonet is my son's." A wild beast has eaten him. Torah Yosef. My son was surely torn apart by a beast, or my son has surely become prey. So here, I want to see if there's any commentary on this. Let's see. They sent the striped coat to their father, and the messengers who delivered it said, "This is." Okay. So it says that it's abbreviated. Let's see. They dragged it. Interesting. So they could have dragged it. Interesting. A card, no. You had this is why he was the one charged with. Wait. We call it losing a son, so they lost two sons. This interpretation. Wait. Tomorrow. Interesting. Please identify as that's the code. If the brothers had brought the coat to Yaakov themselves, they would have said, "Is this Joseph's coat?" Interesting. The implication is that if some robbers had killed Joseph, surely they would have taken. So basically, what it say? Wait, in support of the view they said, they brought it to their father. According to this view, the Torah highlighted the cruelty of the brothers' conduct vis-a-vis their father. So it seems like it's saying that because it says, "Is this your son's tunic?" It's not the brothers who are bringing it to him directly. But anyone have any thoughts before we close up?
Yeah, it sounds like it's not so much bringing it to him as sending it to him.
Yeah, they can't face him. Let's see.
No, I picked up some interesting ones. One of them is the whole idea of the stripping him before putting him into the well, echoes of the descent of Iana.
And Jesus.
Yep. I had always heard that the exchange of the money, for the passing over with the money was a tradition related to Isaac. I didn't realize that was with Joseph.
No, Isaac is the reason for the circumcision.
Yeah, I thought that was part of the sacrifice of Isaac. And the other one is where they come up with all these camels before camels were domesticated. It's a miracle. Okay?
I don't know. Just Just fill it in with a burden-carrying animal.
Like a wife, right? Sorry, tag.
Anyway. Here.
That was
See,
a little
what
too
are
close
we
for biblical times.
gain by killing him? Let's sell him to the Ishmaelites. Let's not set our hands on him. After all, he is our flesh and blood. They all obeyed Yehuda. Let's sell him. So the question becomes, okay, so listen what you got going on over here. You got first potential murder. You got a band of guys that want to murder somebody and say, you know what, let's not murder him. Let's just sell him. He'll be kidnapped. Right? And in the middle of the story it says, and wow, there's a caravan of Ishmaelim carrying balsam, spices, and lotus.
Let's not become murderers.
Is that
Let's
really a necessary detail here? Oh, it doesn't really matter what these merchants are carrying in the middle of an intrigue movie. Yeah, does that really matter? If you ever see women fight, women argue, well, it's just fascinating. Watch men argue, watch women argue. Big difference. My daughter and wife, mothers and daughters could go at it. Daughter walks into the house and, mother says, I bought you a sweater. Really? Yeah. If you pull out yellow, I hate yellow sweaters. I hate yellow sweaters, and I hate yellow, and I hate you, and I hate everybody, and I hate it, and I'm never going to wear it, even if Mashiach comes. Right? And even if Mashiach comes, then they get into messianic discussion. Okay, then they get back into the sweat. I hate yellow, and you wore yellow at cousin Shimmy's bar mitzvah. I did not. Yes, you did. When? Remember we were at the bar mitzvah and they had the flowers? Oh, with the napkins? Yeah, they go off the discussions like they take a truth. Oh, wait, remember the napkins with the pink ones? Oh, right. I like the way they were folded. Yeah, me too. And they take like a break. They reminisce. Next they go, but I hate yellow, and I hate you, and I hate everybody. And men never reminisce in the middle of a fight. Men say two words and punch. There's no reminiscing in the middle of a fight. The women that go off on it, I tell you, I've seen this over and over and over. It's both entertaining and shocking at the same time. So over here, okay, we have a story. Let's sell them. Let's kill them. And there's a Ishmael, a caravan. They got balsam and lotus. Yeah, I mean, do you really? Does that really matter? Does it really matter what they're carrying? I look at Rashi. So Rashi says like this: Puzzle Chafei. It's the right column, 5 lines to the bottom. If you see it, please show the person. Everybody has to see this Rashi. Ugmalehem nosim. The camels were carrying. Doesn't mean they're carrying a weapon, by the way. They're not carrying. It doesn't mean carry. He's carrying. It means they're carrying the load. Says Rashi, Lama pirsem hakosuv es masam. Why did the Torah tell us what they're carrying? Who cares? Lehodia matan schoran shel tzaddik. To let you know how tzaddikim are rewarded. She'ein darkan shel arvim laseis ela neft ve'itran shereichem ra. Normally, these Arabians carried crude oil. What's neft? Oil and itran, which is tar and oil. That smells terrible. V'lazeh, for this tzaddik Yosef nizdamnu b'shamayim b'samim. He got providentially spices shelo yuzak mireach ra, so he shouldn't be annoyed by the bad smell. What's your reaction to that? Yeah, okay, that's one reaction, right? Yeah, in other words, he's got much bigger problems. Much bigger. It's like you're being kidnapped, beaten. The madrasas, they beat him, and they where do I go? You got much bigger problems than somebody didn't use deodorant that day. Oh my goodness, the kidnappers, and they smell so bad. Oh wow. Otherwise, if they smell, oh wow, this way they carry balsam and lotus. And he's being kidnapped, ripped away from his family, has no idea where he's going, may never see anybody again. Maybe they'll kill him. What a beautiful day for a kidnapping. That doesn't make any sense. And I guarantee you that Yosef would much rather be in a bad-smelling wagon on the way home than a good-smelling wagon on the way to who knows where. What is that? What is that? What's going on? So there are two approaches among the commentaries. One approach is that there's a fundamental lesson here in suffering. When a person suffers, so often a person just thinks, well, I'm just having a really bad day. And just one thing goes wrong, another thing, just everything is just coming at me, one thing after the other. And a person sometimes thinks that it's all just like HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, okay, suffer. And he throws you this big package of suffering, and it just comes at you in waves. Right? And the Torah teaches you it doesn't work. It's precisely measured. Precisely measured. Let's say a person gets sick. And it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. If you run outside with wet hair in January somewhere in the Midwest of the United States and end up with pneumonia, that's your fault. Right? That's your fault. Well, let's say a person is minding his own business and he's taking care of himself. And I'm saying he gets pneumonia. Right? Every cough that causes pain is measured out. Every time he blows his nose and his nose gets a little red and tender from the tissues, right? Gets irritated, got to put Vaseline on his nose, that's all measured out. And then people laugh at him, say, hey, you got some Vaseline on your nose. That's measured out too. Every step of the way is measured out to the nth degree. Yosef deserves to be sold. Yosef has to go through the suffering. Yosef, you don't deserve the bad smell. You're not going to get the bad smell. It's measured out. Every single thing in life. You go to the bank and you're waiting in line, you go to the dentist. So first of all, you got to wait. Then you got to go into the dentist's office. Then you got to sit under the drill, right? Then you got to go pay for it, right? Yeah. Then you got to go pay for it. And then the dentist talks and tells you his life philosophy, which is the worst part of all. You can't even answer. Yeah, so what I think is that your shiva guys ought to go to the army. What do you think? You can't even talk. You got to think. It's all part of it. It's all. And if you're not meant, I think is that your shiva guys ought to go to the army. Which is the worst part of all. You can't even answer. Yeah, so what I think is that your shiva guys ought to go to the army. What do you think? You can't even talk. You got to think. It's all part of it. It's all. And if you're not meant to suffer the pain, oh, he gave me a shot. Hey, that was pretty good. I once fell asleep at the dentist. True story. Dentist put me. I was in the waiting room, so they gave me the laughing gas. You know, they have the laughing gas in this office. So they put me in the laughing gas. I was waiting for the dentist. He was with. Hey, that was pretty good. I once fell asleep at the dentist. True story. Dentist put me. I was in the waiting room, so they gave me the laughing gas. You know, they have the laughing gas in this office. So they put me in the laughing gas. I was waiting for the dentist. He was working with patient A. I was patient B, and and what happened was he went from patient A, skipped my room, and went to patient C. So I was under that laughing gas for about a half hour, 45 minutes. All of a sudden, the nurse comes in. She goes, "Oh, you're still? He never came in." And I'm like, that's fine. Tell him, take his time. My dentist told me that when they used to finish their the exams, hard exams, they would all go up to the lab. They would put on the gas. That's how they celebrated. So yeah, that's all part of it. Listen, I wasn't meant to suffer. I didn't have to suffer the pain. Gave me the Novocaine. I didn't feel the pain. That's all part of it. They would all go up to the lab. They would put on the gas. That's how they celebrated.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Tell him, take his time. My dentist told me that when they used to finish their the exams, hard exams, they would all go up to the lab. They would put on the gas. That's how they celebrated. So yeah, that's all part of it. Listen, I wasn't meant to suffer. I didn't have to suffer the pain. Gave me the Novocaine. I didn't feel the pain. I had to go through every other form of suffering, but not that. That's all measured out, precisely measured out. Number one. That's one approach. And therefore, Yosef doesn't do that. He deserves this, that, the other for whatever reason. Not the bad smell. You're not going to get the bad smell. Which is a reminder, don't think it's just random and haphazard. It's all measured out to the precise degree. Number one. Number two is even more than that. Even more than that. Imagine you're on your way to a wedding and you're wearing your best suit and you're driving along and all of a sudden, thump, thump, you feel there's a flat tire. Oh, man. Okay, so you get out of your car. As soon as you get out of your car, it starts raining. Oh, man, I'm getting drenched. You bend down to start fixing your flat tire, and you split your pants. Oh, boy, right? And then you start fixing the tire, and you get grease all over your suit. Now you just ruined your best suit. You're going from bad to worse. And all of a sudden, the radio, which you left on in the car, your favorite tune comes on the radio. While all this is happening, it could have been bad. You could have left on the radio, and then there's rap. All right, so we've gone from bad to the very, very worst. Right, and instead of that, you hear a nice Shweki tune. All of a sudden, there's a Shweki song on the radio. Your favorite tune, it's something right, on the radio, right? And you're wondering to yourself, like something here it has just broken the pattern. Something's broken the pattern. Drive flat tire, suit, split pants, tar. What do you go? And all of a sudden, bad. Ding, a little. Oh, what's that? Well, how did that happen? What's going on here? So the answer is that sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to show you're Yosef. Everything in your life is going from bad to worse. They hate you. They're selling you. They're going to kill you. Snakes. And all of a sudden, as you get into the wagon, completely unexpected, out of the, breaking the pattern completely. Ooh, doesn't smell like they normally smell. That's Yosef's reminder, you have not been abandoned. That's a reminder, something completely out of, that breaks the pattern. There's your reminder in case you think, hey, God, you abandoned me completely. Abandoned me to my fate. No, I haven't abandoned you. You want to see? I'll show you. Here's one little, puts everything in a proper perspective. Oh, I guess this is meant to be happening. What's the proof? Because something completely unexpected. Imagine your mother-in-law comes for a visit, right? Oof.
Happy 420th
Right?
stream.
And she comes up to the house, says, okay, can you go down to the cab and bring up my bags? So you go down to bring up her bags. There's always feel like lead, right? And instead of 2 bags, now this time she brought 4 bags. Oh boy. And you start carrying up the bags, now your back starts hurting, right? And as your back starts hurting, your wife walks over to you as you walk into the house. Your wife says, oh, by the way, she just said to me that instead of a week, she's staying for 3 weeks. Right? And you know, and she starts opening the suitcases and pulls out those toys for the kids, which make ear-deafening noises, which you can't take. Never get sleep because the kids are all going to play with it. And then also she reaches in and pulls out and says, oh, by the way, come here, good for nothing. I got a bag of macadamia nuts for you. Whoa, that just broke the pattern. That means that the guy, you're thinking, of course, broken, you abandoned me. No. Here's your favorite macadamia nuts from my mother-in-law. Ooh, mamish lamala minateva. Breaks beyond natural law. Oh, okay. That's just a reminder. God will say, I'm in control. I'm in control here. Yosef, whatever is happening to you is meant to be happening. Meant to be. I'm in control. By the way, I want to show you something else. On Hanukkah, your favorite macadamia nuts from my mother-in-law. Ooh, mamish lamala minateva. Breaks beyond natural law. Oh, okay. That's just a reminder. God will say, I'm in control. I'm in control here. Yosef, whatever is happening to you is meant to be happening. Meant to be. I'm in control. By the way, I want to show you something else. On Hanukkah, there's a very big question. On Hanukkah is coming up, and on Hanukkah we celebrate. What's the main feature we celebrate on Hanukkah? The oil. Okay, there are 2 things that happen to Jewish people. Number 1, they won a war. Number 2, the oil. Why are we celebrating the oil? David HaMelech, you know the story with David and Goliath? David and Goliath. David and Goliath. David and Goliath. David and Goliath. In Hebrew is Goliath. Okay, so you got this Plishti who, by my measure, he's 6 amos in a zeros.
No, Goliath is Yiddish.
He's about
Goliath
10
is
feet tall.
Hebrew.
He could dunk without leaving his feet, right? By the way, Menute Bol was a 7'7", once chipped a tooth on the rim. Can you imagine? He chipped a tooth on the rim. So Goliath is about 10, 11 feet tall. He's intimidating the entire Jewish people. He's standing out in the field, he's blaspheming, and he's saying, send out your best warrior, and nobody wants to move. Here comes David, this little shepherd boy. He comes out, they're only checking on his brothers to see what's going on. And he says, why is everybody all tzahitz over? Why is everybody, everybody so seems intimidated? So, well, look at the Plishtis out there, armed to the teeth. And David says, well, I'll take him on. And the reward is you marry the king's beautiful daughter if you win this fight. Whoever wins. If you lose, the Jews are enslaved to the Plishtim. David says, I'll go out there. So he takes 5 stones, goes out there, and he starts heading towards Goliath. So the guy goes, what do you think, I'm a dog? You're coming out to fight me with sticks and stones? David says, I'm fighting you in the name of God. Takes the stone, hits Goliath, boom. And the one part of his body that's not exposed is the forehead.
Just like
boom,
all
hits
the
him right in the
Yam.
forehead, kills him. Stone went so hard it embedded in his forehead. That's a good shot. Right? Boom, right in the forehead. So Goliath dies, David chops his head off, he marries the king's daughter. Natural hero. Okay? Says the Medrash, when Goliath fell to the ground, a guy gets hit with a stone, that force, that stone, what would you expect to have? Which direction should he fall? Backwards. Says the Medrash, he pitched forwards. Why did he pitch forward? To save David HaMelech 12 steps. Had he pitched backwards, David HaMelech would have to walk from here till here to chop his head off. Right? So this way, to help David HaMelech, he pitched forward. So David HaMelech is I tried to have my feet.
Seriously?
He saves him 12 steps. I want to ask that. How significant was that? I mean, remember, this is a guy who's a national hero. He's marrying the king's daughter. He's got everything now. In one shot with the stone, he's just got one. He won the lottery. It's a beautiful day for a head chopping. He would have been glad to walk the 12, so he would have sang some Tehillim on his way over. Lam not say David boom, chop is that, and no problem whatsoever. Yeah. What do you need that miracle for? What do you need that miracle for? The answer is one shot with the stone. He's just got one. He won the lottery. It's a beautiful day for a head chopping. He would have been glad to walk the 12, so he would have sang some Tehillim on his way over. Lam not say David boom, chop is that, and no problem whatsoever. Yeah. What do you need that miracle for? What do you need that miracle for? The answer is that a miracle. We also know it is a redemption. The Jewish people have been saved. One of the commentaries compares it. Imagine a father loses his wallet. Father can't find his wallet. He lost a wallet full of cash. Father can't find it. So all the kids scatter in the house looking for the wallet. One kid crawls under the filthy boiler in the boiler room where it's all filthy and sooty and mud. And the kid crawls under there and he finds the wallet. He said, I found the wallet. And everybody gets up and starts dancing and singing. Father's dancing with the kids. All of a sudden he just grabs this one kid and gives him a hug. Why did he give this kid a hug? I love you all. But this kid's something special to show that he does. After all, he's the kid who crawled under there. The Jewish people are all saved. Obviously, God loves them all. What's David HaMelech's the sign that David HaMelech is just a little bit more special? We're all special, as George Orwell would have said. They're all special, but David's just a little bit more special. He gets his own little personal mace. You get your own little personal miracle just to show that you're a little bit more special. So on Hanukkah is the same thing. See, Hanukkah, we had to be saved. God promised the Jewish people are going to survive. Did he save us because he loves us, or he saved us because he had to save us? The answer is the oil. A little, compared to a war, the oil is insignificant. But that's just that little kiss that God gives you. It shows, see, I love you. Right? That's how? The sign of the oil. So sometimes you're in a situation where things are going, it just isn't quite going your way. And also, one little thing happens. That's a sign. It's just a sign HaKadosh Baruch Hu is showing you. Don't fret. Don't fret. Don't worry. I know it's rough, and I know things aren't going well. I just want you to know that I'm in control over here. That's what happens to Yosef. By the way, there's a story here in Israel. This goes back, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I was sitting at breakfast, and I read that we used to get a free copy of the From newspaper. I was eating breakfast, and there's a story. There's an item over there. There was a settler in out in one of the territories. A Jewish settler was driving along, and a bunch of Arabs started throwing stones at this guy. So he got out of the car and he fired a warning shot. But apparently his warning shot was a little bit too warning. He hit one of the Arabs right in the forehead and killed him. So he was arrested. Okay, you can't go shooting people. Even there's a law, even though they're trying to kill you, you can't shoot. Okay. About a week later, I'm eating breakfast. I'm reading the newspaper, and I see an item, and I actually started laughing. What happened? It says they released the guy who shot. It's very rare. A week later, he hit him. He shot him in the forehead. They released him. It turned out he had not hit him with the bullet. What happened was the Arab threw a stone at his speeding car. The stone hit the back tire of the speeding car at an angle that the stone shot right back at the Arab and hit him in the forehead and killed him. His own stone killed him. Right? The best shot since David hit Goliath. Right? Best shot. I was there as I read it. I was laughing. You couldn't do it if you wanted to. Not only you couldn't even hit the car if you wanted to. For sure not hit the tire, and for sure not hit the tire at an angle that it would shoot right back and hit you right in the forehead. The guy got nailed by his own stone. Okay, so that is when Yosef sees this. That's HaKadosh Baruch Hu's message to Yosef. It was a very sad story. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu's message. Had another pancake that morning. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu's message to Yosef that he hasn't abandoned him. Okay, so then look at Reuben. They sell him to the Ishmaelim, and then take a look at the bottom page 204. Bottom page 204, very quickly. Vayeshev Reuben al labor. Reuben goes back to the pit. V'hinei ein Yosef babor. Yosef's not there. Vayikras begodov. He rents his garment. Because Reuben realizes when I go home, Dad's going to ask me. I'm the oldest. I'm responsible for him. And he's going to ask me, where's Yosef? I only got one question. What? I mean, where was Reuben that he didn't see that happen? So take a look at Rashi. Vayosef, it's the left column. It's the left column. Bottom line on the left column. Bottom line on the left column in Rashi. Vayosef Reuben. Reuben goes back. Says Rashi, Uv'mechiraso lo hayasham. He wasn't there at the sale. Shehigia yomo leilech l'shamesh esaviv. It was his turn to go to the house and attend to the father. That's the first shot. That's the plain shot. Davar acher, says Rashi, Asuk haya besako uvitaniso. He was busy with his sack and fasting. Al shebilbil yitzui aviv, because he had gotten involved with moving his father's bed around. So he wasn't there. He was doing tshuva. Okay, now remember the incident? Rachel dies. Yaakov put his bed in Bilhah's tent. Reuven moved it to Leah's tent. And he got severely castigated for that. He was doing tshuva. That's why he was out somewhere fasting with sackcloth and ashes doing tshuva. I mean, first of all, that incident took place about 10 years earlier. Why would Reuven be doing tshuva now for something that took place 10 years earlier? I want to tell you something. I heard this from my Rosh Hashiva, Daniel Lehrfield, Rosh Hashiva of Beis Yisrael. He said something. This is such, it gave me the chills when I heard it the first time. Why is Reuven doing tshuva now? The answer is, we go to a fundamental question. The brothers decided Yosef deserved. Why didn't they ask Yaakov? Yaakov is the leader of the generation. He's the Gadol Hador. He knows more. Why'd you ask Yaakov? You know why? Normally they would have. Reuven feels, who's the first person who ever challenged Yaakov's authority? I did. Yaakov went and put his bed over there, and I moved it around. I said, "Oh, you have an opinion. I have an opinion too. You're the one who broke the dam. You're the one who made the first breach." The brothers are willing to. Well, we got an opinion too. We don't have to ask Yaakov. We can decide to sell Yosef ourselves. At the point that they decide to sell Yosef or kill Yosef, Reuven says, "You know what? Now I see what the ramifications are of something I did 10 years ago. I thought the only problem was that I moved the bed around. I got involved. I was minding someone else's business. Okay, I got to do tshuva. It was chutzpahdik of me. I got to do tshuva. Now I see that what I did is not only what happened then. What I did has ramifications. What I did is causing now the brothers to think that they could go ahead with this. Now I really got to do tshuva. In other words, a person doesn't have avera. Sometimes the person does avera. Well, you got to do tshuva for avera. What about what the avera causes down the line? What about if you're the guy who gave somebody tray food? The first time, I gave him tray food. And as a result of the tray food, the guy then got a job in a McDonald's. And then next thing you know, he went off the derech. Next thing you know, he married a shiksa. Well, who started the whole chain? You're the one who gave him the first bite of tray food. That's what you got to do tshuva for. You got to do it for the long-term effects of the frightening thought. So Reuven's doing tshuva right now because Reuven feels, now I see what happens as a consequence of my taking on Yaakov the first time.
So he had some interesting takes. Some of them I definitely didn't agree with, but yeah, that was interesting to say the least. Ooh, gonna put this to dang. Ooh, we could watch this one for next time. I'll just put it up there. Let's see what is this. See what on earth. Actually, I just want to get a taste of this.
So we said yesterday that Reuven.
Wait. Oh, it's because it's sped up. I was like, wow, how can we get there so fast? Also,
said yesterday.
What did y'all think of that?
Pretty much similar to you. He had some ideas that were very interesting, some ideas I never would have come up with that I'm not sure I agree with. Some I'm pretty sure I don't agree with.
Yep.
I was wondering about that pronunciation, Reuven. Is that closer to what it should be?
Reuven.
So that's some other European thing he's bringing in, saying Reuven.
It's a Yiddish pronunciation.
Okay.
That Reuven goes back to the what do you call it? And Yosef is missing because the brothers have sold him. Now, what's interesting is that the first person that they sell him to, they saw page 204. Who is the first group they see? The Ishmaelites. Now, what's really interesting is that there's a remarkable concept here. Do you remember Ishmael when Sarah Imenu decides that Ishmael has to be thrown out of the house? Do you remember why she says he has to be thrown out of the house? It wouldn't be a negative influence on Yitzhak. What was he doing? Page 96, top of the page. Vateres Sarah es ben Hagar hamitzris asher yoldu leAvraham mitzachek. She saw he was mitzachek. Now, what is mitzachek? And because he 96, top of the page. Vateres Sora es ben Hagar hamitzris asher yoldu leAvraham mitzachek. She saw he was mitzachek. Now, what is mitzachek? And because he was mitzachek comes from laughter. He was the art school translated as mocking. Mocking is a bold translation. Mitzachek means he was playing around, he was sporting, he was laughing. I wouldn't have translated as mocking, but it's a valid translation. But then look what Rashi says. Top Rashi on the right column. Mitzachek lashon avodas kochavim. It's an expression used with idol worship. You find a pasuk that associates it with idol worship. Second line, last word on the line of Rashi.
Oh, come on, that's such a stretch.
And then he quotes a pasuk to ratify that. And then he says in the second line, Davar acher gilu arayos, immorality. So for each one, he says mitzachek. We find a verse associating mitzachek with idol worship, immorality, and murder. I mean, sorry, man, it takes a look at Ishmael. He says, I don't like it. I don't like that he's either doing it or he's got the potential to do it. But that's what Ishmael represents. The Gemara says somebody who speaks lashon hara raises his averas. It's difficult. It says megadel avonos. Let's call it speaking lashon hara is parallel to idol worship, immorality, and murder. I mean, that's fight man's words. Yeah. Well, I spoke lashon hara, idol worship, immorality, and murder. Why should that be? If somebody, anti-Semite, pulls a gun on you and says, commit idol worship or I'll kill you, you have to give up your life, right? Says, commit immorality or I'll kill you, you have to give up your life. It says, speak lashon hara, I'll kill you. It's like, oh, what would you like to know? Personal life, private life, business life, anything you want. You don't have to give up your life, not to speak lashon hara. So how could the Gemara say, well, if you speak lashon hara, it's parallel to the three cardinal sins? I mean, that's pretty severe. So the Chavetz Chaim explains the explanation. That's a statement.
Anyway, it is a good place to end off. Does anyone have any last thoughts before we finish off?
It was fun as always.
Likewise. We'll do this again soon. That way we don't get behind like before. And on that note.
What about Zero?
Tell the Rebbe the words.
Yeah.
I would just, see some of these other themes from previous traditionality that seem to be kind of in there. Him going into the underworld, dying and being reborn. Or at least I can see how it was interpolated later with the Christ story.
Definitely, yeah. Anyway, take care, guys.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait.